the Negro still is not free.
We are oppressed. We are exploited. We are downtrodden. We are denied not only civil rights, but even human rights.
Manifest how great you are. Dream about your greatness.
Come hell or high water, I'm going after my
greatness. Greatness. How can I fake this? Humbly gracious to have this greatness. Every time I wake, this greatness takes this black man higher places. Melanated magic strapped to my back with the fact that I deserve higher praises. Based on my race. Last place is the only status. Place in the basement with no way out. What's the basis? Look around. All I see are familiar faces with that greatness. Gauges make me wonder what this baseless, tasteless trace of races. Pointless to think you can keep me down and back in cages. Shackle minds like captives with the rubber band embraces. Breaking change every day that oppress my people for ages. Faceless acts of rages because of what my race is. I'm gonna say this price is way too high. Who's gonna pay this? Conversations of reparations ain't even enough to erase this. Can't get enough of us. We're on your favorite playlist, but you play us out. Just comply and fucking take this. I now see my greatness and I know you really hate this. You can't debate this. I define what my integration is. If it's a true test from God, then I'm gonna ace this. Is this guy within me? I'm not gonna waste this. Every day the media portray cop car chases of people with the same faces, which is nothing but misguided greatness. Driving aimless and hungry, not knowing death is what that taste is. Gripping tight on the wheel. Jesus, take this. Gripping hard on that steel, death or jail is what my fate is. Survival by any means is the meal. Don't forsake this. There should be more for us. Life can play tricks. Where's our Morpheus? We're stuck in a matrix. Reflections of our Savior has been blurred by all this fake shit. Looking to the sky for hope is done or quite pervasive. Killing those who find the knowledge quite persuasive. Once I'm labeled as abrasive, soon to follow evasive. Savage is what we're told the angry black man is laced with. Change the context, change the narrative with what we're graced with. Pop that chain of mental restraint and fly like we are weightless. Mother Nature has the key. Please open the gate, man. I'm here to claim my throne. Don't step on my cake, man. Black Panther to the bone. No need to rate this. Greatness. Make sure you get to take this and loop back for all the late kids. All the boys and girls who don't think that their lives are precious. All the people who feel circumstances are a death wish. All the talents within that we are blessed with should be acknowledged, not demolished by the oppressor. That's our true resume. Extremely impressive. I got nothing left to say, but you can send it for that greatness. Greatness. We have a long road ahead to overcome this blatant hatred. We have a long road ahead to overcome this blatant hatred.
YouTube. What's good? It's been a minute. Welcome back to Wanted, the voice within organized chaos. I apologize. It's been that long. Episode 11, Purposity Alignment. I will explain that one. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. I think we have a couple in the chat right now. I think I saw some names I've never seen before, or at least joined before. I see you, Spot 'em. I see you defrauding. I know you're on your way. You're late to work, but that's okay. That's all right. We'll make up for it. Who is? I'm sorry if I can't, Jack. I can't pronounce that. I'm sorry, Nit Kanobu. I apologize if I screwed your name up, but welcome. Thank you for coming. Never seen the name, but hopefully I'll see it again. Vesper Martini, I know you've been on me about getting these lives going again, and I am now on the job. Thank you for putting fire under my ass. I appreciate that. Real talk, real talk. Honeybee, of course, you are always welcomed on these streets. You know how we do. Who else do we have in here? Hilda DC, nice. Thank you for coming. Everybody, check out Hilda DC. She does some great reviews on certain products, food products, personal meals, and I was surprised. I never thought to put a camera to my plate, but she definitely does it well, and you can tell whether or not she enjoys the food. Check out her channel. Yeah, I think I saw someone else in here. QT is in the building. Oh, you still love me, huh, QT? I'm so happy you still love me. Nova Real Show. What's good? Limitless Jones in the house. I see you. I see you. Wow, this thing's actually growing. Rodney, you made it. I'm no longer lateness. I'm still greatness. No longer lateness. I think I was on time. Was I? A couple minutes late? Maybe. I don't know. Either way. Who else? I think that's all the names. Yeah, that's all the names. So for those who don't know, I usually drop the link the moment I hit the scene because I like these conversations to be organic. I'd rather not have myself just up here just spewing all kinds of crazy stuff without someone ready to check me. Hey, look, if I'm doing wrong, check me. If you care about me, check me. I'm willing to take it. So anybody wants to jump up? I know Defrauding said he'll be here. Of course, Star's still in my circle, so you know she'll be here when she can. I think she's working right now, working somebody's shoulders right now, probably. So either way, but again, welcome to episode 11, Purposity Alignment. So I was struggling with this one. I wanted to do something on purpose for the longest time because I'm kind of in that mode in my personal life of just understanding how important it is for anyone's existence, and not just me, but just seeing how important it is. And I am so eager to just share it with like people who I talk to, which, you know, family, friends, even YouTubians, whatever. I love sharing ideas, things I come up with, and I can hear other people's perspective of it. So right now, I am going to try and touch on purposity alignment. But for first thing I'm going to do is I am going to do my typical quote. I usually have a quote that I read off. Did I put it in here? Yes, I did. And here we go. Once I turn these comments off, sorry. Man, it's been a long time, people. I apologize for the delay. It's been a very long time. Here's the quote of the day. Quote of the day is from Jordan Peterson, professor of psychology, clinical psychologist, YouTube personality, and author. He wrote the book at the bottom left there, 12 Rules for Life. We will know these rules personally because I will go through each and every one of them. Trust me, there's something in there that's going to resonate with you. I resonated with quite a few of them, so at least one of them is going to get you. So his quote is, "The purpose of life is to find a mode of being that's so meaningful that the fact that life is suffering is no longer relevant." That's how important purpose is. Without it, some of us could cease to exist. Whether we know we have a purpose or not, there is a purpose that you're following, a desire, whatever that is, whatever's pushing you to wake up every day to do what you do and live how you live and act how you act and treat others the way you treat them. There's a purpose in there. Now the question is it aligned with what you think your purpose is? That's the key. So that's quote of the day, Jordan Peterson. You're going to hear his name quite a few times today. Let me go back to this chat. Because I saw a few come in. Defrauding. Yeah, I think you're here in the back. I'm going to grab you in a second. You know, my hands aren't that fast. It's been a long time. It's like riding a bike. I'll get it. I said Nova Real Show's good. It was good. I thought I saw someone else in here. Clark. I knew I saw another name in there. How you doing? Welcome back. And without further ado, Mr. Charlatan. Should I say charlatans? Mr. Charlatans? Should I call you that?
Oh yeah, you can call me that. That's cool.
What's good, man?
Hey, nothing much, man. Back home for like a little bit of period of time, and then boom, gone again.
Okay. So I appreciate you just joining, man.
Man, no problem. I was out and about anyway. Now I was looking for a particular charging cord today.
Okay.
They have different outlets where I'm going.
Yeah, I can hear the car. You're always on the move somewhere. But like I said, I appreciate you taking the time, man.
No problem.
So you kind of know where I'm going with this topic then, right? If you've been listening.
Yes. And at the same time, no.
That's where I want you to be right now, actually. That's a good place to be. What's good, Robbie Lott? What's good? I haven't seen you in a while. Salute to you, bro. I'm going to do the best I can with reading these chats because I'm going to shift gears. I've been struggling on how I'm going to do this. Reading the 12 rules of life that I'm going to go through in a second to kind of understand purpose, I wanted to make sure that my approach is reflective of what I'm reading. I'm not just reading it for the sake of reading it and shock value and all that other stuff. No, I do this for a purpose myself. I'm trying to figure out some things that I've never looked at before and either experienced or things like that. So what I'm going to do is I am going to mix a little sector stuff all through this live. That is definitely out of the norm of myself. I usually leave it at the end. Defrauding knows this. Where we have our conversations, our personal conversations. So I am not doing that style today. Today is off the cuff. I'm going to speak what needs to be said about whoever it needs to be said about without hiding any kind of names or anything like that, because part of the rules speak directly to your party. I'm not doing subliminals today. So this is maybe I should have named myself Identity Extreme today. I don't know. Not Identity Without. This one's a little different, but it's going to be fun. But it's also going to be a sector read. Let's put it that way, if we want to do that. And unfortunately, I think this is probably going to be one of my most popular videos. And I hate for the fact that that's going to be what it's going to be. But there's a time and place for things, and I think there's a time, and this is the place. So, do we have a better understanding of where I'm going, Defrauding?
Yeah, I got a better idea now, definitely.
Okay.
I see we're going with the naming names thing today. I see.
So, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to drop the sector warning now.
Warning, you are entering a restricted area. Return to where you came from or be destroyed. Message ends.
All right, so I'm gonna get that out the way. So if in the event that I do say certain things that's sector related, there's no shock here. So like I said, I'm shifting gears. And hey, anybody wants to come up, I would appreciate someone actually to come up to keep an eye on the chat, because I can't do both. I have a ton of notes in my phone and I'm going to be reading from them because I was writing this down probably all day, just trying to figure out how I'm even going to structure this. But I have to set the premise. I have to set up the boundaries. So in the event of setting up the boundaries, let's go over a little bit of defining our environment. So let me share my screen. You share. Hopefully that comes up. There we go. How do I get that out of there? There we go. So This is along the lines of purposity alignment. I wanted to at least explain what the hell does that mean. So the ity is a suffix. It's the state of being or having something. Example, abnormality, possibility. It's the state of something, right? So it's not necessarily a word. It actually is the name of a company. Somebody actually used it as the name of a company, but I thought, you know what? I'm going to use it anyway because I like it's along the theme of what I'm trying to do here. What's the next one? Come on. It's not working. Okay. There we go. And purposity, the state of being purposeful or having purpose. It's as simple as that, actually. So probably didn't even have to show that, but that's how I do it. So have you ever heard of Jordan Peterson?
Yes, I've heard of him. Not super familiar with him though.
Okay. I've been listening to him, roughly about 4 or 5 months strong. Very, very specific and particular with how he delivers his messages. He's a motivational speaker. If you ask me, he definitely gives you a different way of looking at things based on his clinical history with patients and things like that over the years. He kind of came up with these 12 rules of how to live as a, just not better for the world, but for yourself. For anyone, depression, in some mode of depression, anything. He's been around. He went quite viral, I think, in the last 2 years, year or two. He's in my feed, and there's constant clips of him speaking on something, and I thought he has a way of putting things where it's not insulting, but it's riveting, if that makes sense.
Right.
Like he definitely gets you where, like, okay, I never thought of it that way. So he got me. So I wanted to go over the rules of his the 12 rules he came up with, and I wanted to get your opinion since you're the only one on the panel. Again, anybody wants to come up and comment on these, feel free. So let me pull up the rules as soon as I can get to them. There we go. Let me share that. That's the wrong one. There we go. Let's do it this way. Sorry for the delay again, people. I'm kind of working my system the best way I can. It's not ideal. It's not an ideal setup, but we're gonna get there. Don't worry about it. Here we go. I know you can't see the screen defrauding, so I'll probably just read them off.
Cool.
All right. So, along the lines of the show, the theme of the show, purposity alignment. We have to understand purpose. We have to understand, what exactly specifically are we talking about? So Jordan Peterson's 12 rules for life. Rule number 1, stand straight up with your shoulders back. And as subtext to that is present yourself to the world in a manner that doesn't disgrace yourself. Sign of confidence. People will treat you with respect, and typically depressed people slump their shoulders. So it's more of how you look to the world.
That's true.
So how important is that in your world, defrauding?
So it's always said that perception is reality. How you are perceived is the truth, and that's what people believe. So therefore, your perception is everything.
Damn. Man, I'm glad you dialed in. Okay. So that's the first rule. And these are not, I don't think they're in any specific order, unless I'm wrong about the author's attempt, but I just took them as they came, 1 through 12. Second rule, treat yourself like you are someone you care about. This is not the same as treat others the way you want them to treat you, because people tend to treat others better than they treat themselves. As an individual, you have a light that you have to bring to the world. Otherwise, the world is a darker place. So as an example, when you take a young lady out on a dinner or on a date, defrauding, I met your wife, you know what I mean. When you take your wife out, you take her to a nice restaurant, nice dinner, nice whatever. Take good time, spend some money on her. And then some days you skimp on your lunch because you don't want to spend the money on yourself. You go get a cheap lunch or a cheap dinner, some, $5 McDonald's meal. Maybe you don't do that, but you know what I mean. As far as showing someone else a good time, sometimes you forget to show yourself that, hey, you matter too. Treat yourself. Go, even if you go to dinner by yourself, go to that fancy seafood restaurant. Treat yourself. Treat yourself like you are someone you care about. All right, so let me see. I think I got somebody in the back here. Sorry, did I lose you, defrauding?
No, that was my bad. I actually hit the wrong button. It's been a while for me too, I guess.
Okay. And finally, we have Mr. Sadler on the panel. Jeez.
Yo,
What up?
what up, Rodney?
What's good?
Man, where have you been, man?
I'm always listening. I'm always in the clouds.
I don't need you to listen. I need you on these panels, man. You have something to say. I know you do. Don't be shy.
Yeah, nah, I definitely have something to say.
Okay. And anything so far?
Just with rule 1, in my line of work, professional posture is everything. So when you arrive on the scene of an incident, you need to present a certain way. So
it's of utmost importance.
Yeah. Slouching, uniform hanging out, talking on your phone, things like that when you're supposed to be paying attention to the scene. There's a no-go.
How many times have you been in, like, let's say a restaurant or something, and like some young kids on their phone barely paying attention to you, but it's their job to get you seated or something, and that rubs me the wrong way sometimes. I'm like, you're not even focused on the job here.
Yeah.
And maybe they just don't see the relevance of their posture or the way they're presenting themselves, how that looks to others. Sometimes it's just they don't see it, But yeah, I hear you. I have that same experience myself. I have to present myself in my professional work a certain way because it actually shows a level of confidence for what I do. People start believing, or not believing, but just listening more intently to what you're saying, and it's not just this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. It's almost like a level of respect. And I'll give you an example. I went to work one day. I usually do casual, not too casual, like button-up shirt, some khakis, whatever. One day I said, you know what? I'm going to switch it up. I'm going to wear a tie every single day of the week. And when I tell you, there were people saying hello to me in the hallways that never spoke to me. And I'm talking, I've been at my current job for maybe 5-6 years, and I pass them in the hallway. You give the nod, to certain people. Others walk right by you like you don't even exist. It happens, thousands of people at your job. But the day I started wearing a tie every day for a full week, I kept note of all the people that tried to catch my eye just to say hello to me. And I said, wow, this may have been the 50th time we've passed, and you just now said hello. It had to have been something I changed, right? I mean, I'm assuming that's what it was, because it didn't happen any other time otherwise. So that's a huge piece in my line of work. So Thank you for supporting that.
No, good.
And so what about number 2? Treat yourself like you are someone you care about. Anything on that?
I personally think that that's extremely important.
Okay.
One of the reasons I think that that's important is that the way that you treat yourself also will be exuded through you to other people. So in other words, if you treat yourself well, you'll also learn how to treat people better. What should I say? Externally. So like it comes from inward out.
Okay, good point. I'm sorry, Ronnie, you had something?
No, just in a piggyback off of that, the way you treat yourself also includes how you allow other people to treat you as well.
Definitely.
Perfect. Okay, so these rules are not too far off the mark here. Number 3, make friends with those who want the best for you. Gain friends that have the courage, faith, and wisdom to wish you well when you're doing something good and stop you when you're doing something destructive. If a friend is aiming down and you do something that's aiming up, that friend will be genuinely happy for you despite their current state.
Yeah,
Right.
that's true.
Okay.
Right.
So do you guys pay attention to who you're around? I'm sure Rodney does. He doesn't even come on panels anymore.
Hey man, you got to come in ducking and hiding and running for cover. So,
I hear you. I hear you.
but no, I agree with that, and I surround myself like also too in either in business or I'm a part of an accountability group. So we're like-minded people and we shoot straight. And if somebody, part of what we do is when we share some of our goals, we meet every Monday on Skype. So next Monday, I've already talked about what I want to do this week and what my plans are. So Monday, I'm going to have to talk about that. If I achieve that goal, why I did, why I didn't, and the role of the group is to let me know if they want to call BS on it or if it's a good reason or blah blah blah. But it's the basis of the group is 5 like-minded people that want to push forward, and I'm the same way with my good friends, my personal friends as well. We gotta be moving forward.
But there you want the best for, I mean, actually for the group as well, right? That's a representation for the group.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a huge one. Everybody that calls you their friend is not necessarily a friend, people. I used to frown at the idea of like when someone said you need to cut a certain person off because you feel like I can't do that to my friend. Yeah, define friend.
Right.
Sorry, defrauding.
No, I also agree with that same statement. I mean, I've had to learn that in my professional life, definitely. It's very competitive in the type of field that I work in, so it's hard to come by friends in the field that I work in because we're all competing with one another. We're competing for our EPRs. We're competing for being the best at what we do. We're competing at being the best at 2 different fields. So it's not just our job, but it's also being the best troop you can be. So it's like you have a specialty, which for me is fixing planes. So we are competing to be the best mechanic while also competing to be the best airman you can possibly be. And with that being said, you can gain friends, but at the same time, these friends are competitors and they're looking for any sign of weakness or any time where you personally are making a mistake, and then they will try to correct that in themselves so that way they can get a better EPR. So there's things like that I have to keep in mind about this. And normally, any kind of friend that I would get from the workplace, they would be in a completely different job field or job space because then they're not my direct competition. But when it comes to the YouTube streets, I would say that has been a hard thing to learn because things are never as it really appears. So you would think a person is one particular way, but you can't ever be sure of whether or not that person is that way or that person is that person that they proclaim to be. So I'll say on the YouTube streets, I'm still learning that one and figuring that out.
Yeah, I hear you, defrauding. I hope you're as cool as I think you are, and I'm sure you're thinking the same thing about me. So I feel the sentiment, man. I understand. But yeah, I get it. That transition, and don't mind throwing sector stuff in here. Like I said, this one's an open forum, so without the arguing. So if you got something on your mind, speak it. But yeah, I do hold that friend title. Like we would have to go through a few battles for me to really understand if you're my friend. You know what I mean? Like that I know you have my back type.
Right.
And the assumption is there for some people on these YouTube streets, that, hey, we're cool on YouTube. Yeah, but, it's a different level when it's somebody you grew up with. So, do you put them in the same boat? Nah, I couldn't do that. But I'm respectful. Right. I'm cool. I rock with you until you show me otherwise. So, but yeah, I'm definitely in agreement with this one. Just understanding what that word friend really, really means to you. You'd be surprised how many people don't meet the standard if you actually create one. Anything, Rodney?
No, and also too, like I said, I mentioned, and they're calling you on your BS, so you need that. And
Yes.
to connected to the sector, it's more like the anti echo chamber.
Yes. Yes.
We don't need that. If you're gonna grow, if you're gonna build yourself or whatever you're doing, whether it's your brand or your personal life, if you have people just telling you, you're right all the time, then it could become problematic for you. But you need
And
people to tell you, pull your card
that,
every now and then.
that is perfectly said. And that where I think it struggles? The purpose. If they're not on the same level of what the purpose is, then knowing when to stop someone or when to call them on something or no, like that has to be in line. Like if your purpose is to be reckless and then someone's being reckless around you, you don't give a damn. Like, go ahead, do your
Right,
thing.
right,
I don't care or whatever. But that's the thing. I feel like sometimes that has to be known too. Like,
right.
wait, are you really trying to look out for me, or are you just trying to, throw me to the wolves and just see what happens? So, but yeah, I appreciate you even talking, Rodney. Look, this is actually amazing to meet people. Rodney's on the panel talking to me. Usually we're in the chat. We're going back and forth in the chat, just cracking jokes. But yeah, I appreciate you being here, bro.
And like most of the time, I'm actually gonna be going to work soon. Most of the time, I'm at work, so I can't really,
Okay.
But your show has always been interesting to me, so I always want to contribute. But if I'm working, then I just can't. I'll stay in the chat making jokes.
Respect, bro. Respect. And by the way, if you want to see Rodney's work, his latest work, we were on Stars Live last. I think it was Stars Live. Stargate. Go check out her last live. I think my name's in the title somewhere. And just to give you the premise of it, Al was on there, and Rodney was getting them in the chat, and I was getting them on the mic, and it was hilarious to me. So I think the tail end, like the last 2 hours or something of it, it was amazing. So check out Rodney because he was killing it in that chat.
That was fun. I like messing with
Al. Hilarious, man.
like
I wish I had
Al.
that video for myself. I'd play it myself, but I'll leave Star to it.
Yeah.
So I think we have another guest. Mr. Varied Perspective. What's good?
Respect, everybody. Identity. What's good? Rodney, how you feel?
All right.
What you got for me?
All is good. Checking out this. I'm glad I actually got to catch it live. So always solid points and always good points to talk on. So this rule number 3, I jumped in at number 2, so I didn't catch number 1. But number 3, Rodney even said it, like you got to have friends that hold you accountable. I'm big on a couple things about, I always tell my kids about certain things that you should have in a friend. One, I always say this, you should have a couple of them. One, you should have somebody smarter than you. You never want to be the smartest person in your circle. You know what I mean? Because you can learn from your people that you trust and your friends. 2, you want to have somebody to hold you accountable. That one's kind of called out. But 3, you want to have a cheerleader, someone that supports the good in you. And 4, this is a little bit interesting that I like to throw in at number 3. You got to have a Doubting Thomas in your circle. Not a Doubting Thomas that's a hater, but a Doubting Thomas that motivates you to not only prove what your point is, but for you to get better. Some people don't always benefit from positive reinforcement. Sometimes we need a little bit of fire under us to make us move out of that comfort position we're in. So I think that you got to add a Doubting Thomas to this number 3.
Nice.
I like that. They check you, see if you really want what you say you, see if you really on what you say you want. I like that.
There you go.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, Doubting Thomas actually got me to where I'm at now.
Right.
That's
there you go.
Story.
Nice.
Yes,
I appreciate that, man. That adding to this is beautiful, man. I appreciate that. I think I can really quick go back. You said you missed one. It's just stand up straight with your shoulders back. Just presenting yourself, to command the respect.
Roger that.
Yeah. So What number are we on? 4. Number 4. Are we good with 3? Everybody's good with 3? I think I got everybody.
Yep.
Yeah, I think
Yes,
I got
sir.
everybody. All right. Number 4. Compare yourself to who you were yesterday, not to someone else today. You need a purpose in life, but you can become envious of those you feel attain more than you, which makes you bitter at times. That can be the case. Aim high, but get better incrementally. There's something that's talked about in the book, the Pareto distribution to success. I'm not going to break that down because it took a little bit for me to really understand what he was saying there. But Google it, check it out, understand it, or just check out the book if you want. There's also a quote: "He who has a why can bear almost any how." And translation, again, it's back to that purpose in life. Striving to, you have a goal, but no one gets there overnight. You know, we see celebrities all the time. We see the end result when we see celebrities with the shine and the glitz and glamour. That's the end result. But the grind was not televised. Those incremental steps they did to get there is not televised. And probably most people wouldn't go through some of the stuff they went through to get where they are. So it's just interesting how they're praised, though, right?
Right.
Because people see the final product. And life without purpose is the bottommost state. Any comments to this?
You remember what I used to say every time I dropped down from the show with you guys? I'm just trying to be better today than I was yesterday.
Bam, look at that.
And that could just be a little bit at a time, you know. I agree with the why as well. Part of what when I got into real estate, the program that I went through, part of what they talked about was each property that you buy, you assign a why for it. So this particular house that I'm buying, I want to net $1,000 a month after the mortgage is paid, and this $1,000 is going to whatever, my vacation fund. The next house, every month, that net cash flow is going to, you know, paying my mortgage that I live in this house, and so on and so forth. So each property has a why. So I definitely, you know, in life as well, but I definitely agree with that.
I'm about like a year or 2 behind you because that's the plan I'm working on right now.
Oh, okay.
I hear you. Okay. Any other comments on number 4?
Yeah, I'll jump in there real quick for number 4. This one, it says get better incrementally. Big fan of that. So I'd always say this: people may see the end of your story, but they never see the storm that you went through, and you kind of touched on that to get where you are, to get where you are today. And those things that, you know, that's not meant for everyone to see, but those are those things that make you better. You know what I mean? And another little piece in here too that I have a twin, and me and my twin, we always use this term: did you look in the mirror today? Did you look in the mirror because it gives you some self-introspection to see, did you get better than yesterday? And a lot of people are not comfortable looking in the mirror because they're not comfortable of that reflection looking back at them, because you can't lie to that person in the mirror. You know what I'm saying? So I'm a big fan of this self-introspection, and I think that kind of ties into this rule number 4 too.
Yes, I wholeheartedly. I hear everything you're saying. It's one of the hardest things to see in life, as far as when I went through it, was seeing myself. When I saw myself and I'm thinking, all this time I thought it was this, and it's not this, it's that. And then you got to deal with that. So you can either ignore it or you work on it and improve it. And I think that's where, for me, this is where it's speaking to that incremental improvement on myself. It is hard to compare yourself to what you were yesterday if you're not used to it. Typically you say, hey, I'm better than this guy, I'm better than that guy. That feels natural.
Right.
But it might go along the lines of, that's the reason why you don't look at yourself in the first place, because you don't want to.
Right.
You're scared of what you're going to find out.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
That common denominator and all that failure.
Yep. That's exactly what it is. Defrauding, you good?
I personally feel like you accumulate more success when you start looking at yourself and competing against yourself. Because the thing is that you know where your shortcomings are when you're able to get rid of your ego. When you're able to get rid of the ego and you're able to get rid of all the things that you use as excuses, and you just accept what you are for, like, who you are at this moment in time, what you've achieved at that particular point in time, you can start to grow. So I feel like when the incremental success comes up, it's basically, it could be the small things even. Maybe today you can only run a block, but then you continuously work at it and you try to run maybe one more or two more steps than yesterday, three more steps the next time. And then before you know it, you're able to run 3 miles, you're able to run 4 miles. So even things that are just as small as exercising, eating the right way, all of these things are big changes over time, especially if you look at over the years. And again, all of those different things are successes. So every last one of those things could be considered battles that add up to a gigantic war. And your war is success. Your mission is to be successful in life, period. So I really think that incremental success, I agree with that rule.
Perfect. Perfect. So we are in alignment here. That's a great thing to have. If you want to challenge these, that's fine. I'm not saying these are gospel, but these are really good nuggets that I picked up, and I was like, oh wow, this is actually really great to share. So if you want to add or denounce, that's fine by me. I wanna hear why and explore that. So but real quick, let me go back to the chat. I think some people popped in. Mrs. VSN, how are you? I miss you on these streets. I haven't been catching you. You know how I be. I'm busy, but I try to get you as much as I can. Faye Blatcher, I see you. I think that was it. And if you guys see anything in the chat, let me know, because like I said, I'm focused on my notes here and I'm kind of trying to do both. I'm not going to be able to do both well.
Yeah, I'll try to concentrate on the chat as well.
Cool. Thanks. Number 5. Do not let your children do anything that will make you dislike them. And I thought this was funny when I first read it, but I get what he was trying to get to, because this doesn't just cover adults. This is all across the board, just being human. If you dislike them, meaning your children, then other people will most likely feel the same. Help your child behave so the world welcomes them. They're going to have to experience this world too. So starting them out as a-holes, that's probably not going to be a good ending to that. But it's kind of, I took this as starting from the ground up, right? You already are who you are, but if you're bringing up some child that's going to be part of this world, if you don't like them, what are the odds of anybody else really liking them? Because you love them, you just don't like them. So you guys have kids, right? I know they're frauding us.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I'm not going to ask you if you don't like your kids. I'm not going to ask you. So, speak your speech.
I was going to say, I'm fortunate enough that my kids have made it easy for me to be a father. So I don't even know like how to approach Rule 5 with, I don't know. I think I'm pretty cool, and I think if my kids went out in the world and behave like me, right, as I am now, then I think they'll be all right. But I don't know. I don't know how to really. I'm a little stuck on this one. Maybe somebody's response will elicit a little bit more from.
I honestly, I'm with you. I have a child, but I don't dislike my child. Now, I think it also touches on, like, I guess, not disciplinarian of the child, but just making sure the child, like, over time learns how to be just a civil person and, just respectful. And I think that's what it was touching on. I'm not at this point in the book yet. I actually had to go read up on all of the rules first to do this live, but I'm reading the book now. And I'm not there on 5 yet. But I think that's what he was touching on. So sorry. I think I heard defrauding.
Yeah, I personally, I'm new to the father thing. My son is only 1 year old, so I haven't really had an opportunity to really rear or give certain kinds of morals and values yet. Right now, we're just learning ABCs, some American Sign Language, stuff like that. But, at the same time, as a son myself, I would say that as long as I can be better than what my father was, I'm pretty sure he's gonna be heading in the right direction. Because my father
Nice.
was great, so I want to be better because that was what his why and what his purpose was. Is that every generation should be better than the last.
Nice. I think not everybody spoke on this one.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right. So I'll be blunt with you.
Sure.
I'm up there in age. I got a child who's 30 and a child who's 26. This
Oh
this
man,
rule's kind of it stuck me a little bit. I ain't gonna lie. This one stuck me because I'm that dude who disliked my kids for a hot minute.
Oh
Um,
wow.
yeah, I dislike my kids for a hot
You ain't
minute.
trolling right now, are you?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, just checking.
Uh,
Just checking.
never not loved them, but I didn't dislike them. I disliked the choices they were making. That's a better way to say it.
Okay.
Um, One thing I had to learn really was that my child was not a little me. They were their own person. And I had to trust in the fact that what I taught them and that what I imbued in them would lead them to where I wanted them to be in life. But I had to realize that they had free will and they were going to make some choices that I didn't necessarily agree with. And one of the things that helped me realize that they were going to make those choices was I had to accept the fact that my children aren't growing up in the world that I grew up in. So maybe some of the things that I was trying to embed in them wasn't beneficial in today's day and age. You know, when I was young, and I mean, I think all of y'all, at least 30 plus, when we were young, we actually played outside. I had to realize that children do not play outside anymore.
Nope.
You know, it's not the norm. The norm was for us to go out until the street light came on and run home before your parents called you. I had to actually check myself, and when I raised my voice at one of my daughters and said, "Why come you never leave the house?" And that's me told him like, "Dad, no one goes outside anymore. Peek your head out the block right now, and see, and no one was outside." So yeah, this one kind of stung right to me. So yeah, I think the biggest thing is realizing that they're not you, or not they're not a little you. They're their own person, and realizing that the world that we grew up in and we kind of prepared them for doesn't exist anymore. Yeah,
right.
this is a tight one here.
Yeah.
And to add to that, their challenges are different. So like my oldest daughter is 29. I have three, 29, 13, and 3. So
Wow, you hit the reset button.
yeah, oh yeah. But my oldest daughter, she didn't have the same challenges. Like I grew up, in and out of homeless shelters and all this kind of stuff, hanging out in the street. She didn't see any of that stuff. So, when she had a challenge, and this goes to looking at making, seeing that your kids are not little used. When she had a challenge, and that old, I had to walk up the hill both ways, and you end up, you make fun of it, but you end up doing it because
Hmm.
but my daughter never, the truth is my oldest daughter never took the city bus.
Right.
She got dropped off and picked up everywhere she went until she was old enough to get her license. And then when she got her license, I gave her my car to she can go and come as she please. So she never had to take the city bus. So one day she had to, and she um didn't know how. Like I freaked out, like, how you not know? And then I had to realize, yeah, she never took the city bus. So her challenges were different. But as far as them being likable, the current me, yeah, I feel like if they are anything like me, but my kids are better than me by far. They just don't have the same challenges, and I wouldn't want them to have the same challenges either.
True.
Yeah. Yeah, I my child's very young and I would never want my child to see the things I've seen, but I know she has to grow. So it's like I see what my environment what I became out of my environment because of my environment. Some of the things that I am is because of that, um, and not in a bad way. A lot of it was I went the other way. So um, and sometimes it doesn't turn out to be that. But I can't say that I don't like my child because it's too young right now. Everything's cute. But how this resonated with me is I spoil my child because it's almost like I'm living vicariously through my child. I want to give her everything that I didn't have, didn't get, didn't. But I also know that may breed a brat.
Right.
So that was my struggle of, it feels good to just be daddy that makes things happen, but am I setting the scene up for a bad downfall in the future? So that's how this resonated with me.
You've got to find that balance. You're right, because you want to definitely give them all the things that you didn't have. But just like you said, like I told you I got a twin. So my mother had to feed these growing boys and clothe these growing boys. So I wanted to buy my kids all the clothes that they wanted, but I got a job when I was 15 because I wanted a certain pair of shoes. And when my child was 15, I bought them the shoes, and I was like, wait a minute, you ain't had to work for it. So yeah, you're right. It breeds a little bit of a difference. So you got to keep an eye on that.
Yes, and I know it. I know it. It's one of those things. I put it in the back of my mind, like, I'll have time to catch up and da da da. Let me just have some daddy time, and we just gonna ball out. And I'm still at that point where I can correct some things, so I'm working on that. I'm a work in progress on that.
Well, just keep in mind, Will probably could, vouch for this. The time flies. You guys with the younger kids, it's gonna go by fast anyway. So ball out, enjoy it, take plenty of pictures, all that good stuff, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Right.
My purpose is to be a father. I knew that long ago, so I'm living it. That's all good. All right.
True story.
Rule number 6. Did I get you defrauding? I don't think I skipped you. I think you spoke on 5.
You got me.
Okay. Rule number 6. Put your house in perfect order before you criticize the world. Bind your ambition with humility. Work on what's in front of you that you will suffer from if you get it wrong before you engage in the large-scale transformation of other people. And I think very specifically, Jordan mentioned this does not mean don't take action until you're ready to take action.
Okay.
Because you still may be able to feed some scenario with some sort of wisdom in that. So it doesn't mean stand down. It just means, I think the rest is pretty straightforward. That get your shit together. Let's put it in brass tacks before you start telling me how bad I am. Like, wait a minute, what are you doing? So
yeah,
I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say I think the word large scale transformation probably could give you insight on what he's saying. So he's not saying don't do anything, but before I come in your house and say, all right, identity, here's what you need to do. All right, we need to move this, we need that, we're gonna knock that wall down. Then you come to my house and you're like, oh, he's not even, or when I come home, I'm looking at my house like I'm putting you in a better position than I am. So I agree to a certain extent. I'm definitely with the being having humility because I in the past I haven't, and eventually you end up looking in the mirror and having to deal with that lack of humility.
Appreciate that. Any other comments?
This one's interesting too. Old military dude here. So we used to have a phrase that said, "Make sure your feces is consolidated," aka "Have your shit together."
Yeah,
get your shit together.
So if yours ain't together, then you can't talk. So, and just speaking on that military line, like I was in charge of like 50 people. So if I was in front of my squadron and my uniform wasn't squared away, if I didn't have myself together, there was no way I could talk to correct anybody. And that's not just inspection, that was work, that was presence, that was speech, all those things are together. So that's a solid one, because you know what, you lose a lot of credibility if your house ain't in order and you try to change others. And one thing is hard to gain is credibility back after you lose it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, living proof right here, for real.
your credibility and also your respect. We had an incident like that actually just as of today. Somebody was talking about that. There was a chief who basically was telling the guy what he should do. He should go out to the hangar and start sweeping up and mopping and stuff like that. And then what he did was is he leaned back in his own chair, put both feet up on the file cabinet, got on his phone and started looking at YouTube. When you do stuff like that, they start to realize that you may not necessarily be leading by example. That what your statement is basically that when you get up this high, you don't really need to act on or set the example or set the precedent. You're able to do exactly what you want other people not to do. And again, that's never the best way to train anybody. That's not the best way to elevate anybody. That makes resentment. That makes people not respect you as much. That makes people have a division in between themselves and you as well. So we just observed that this weekend, and some another sergeant had brought it up, and they was like, whatever you do when you get to that level, don't you have somebody else do the same thing that he did. So that I definitely agree with that one. You should definitely have your shit together, and you should definitely lead by example.
Well said.
Nice. For a personal note for myself, how this resonates with me. So in my line of work, I work with a lot of different levels of experience. Some 20, 30 years experience, some zero, straight out of college. So, and I'm leading a team of varied levels of professionalism. And it's kind of hard sometimes to sit down and tell somebody who's been doing it for like 20 years what to do. And I have found that it was easier to let them know, look, I'm not speaking as if I'm better than you because you're going to probably teach me something before this is all said and done. But just respect me enough to lead the team, but know I'm on the ground with you. I'm not better than you because I'm leading the team. I am the team with you. So I don't know where that came from when I started doing it, but it seemed to work. And that arrogance that sometimes come across from, I've seen leads in my profession where they do have that arrogance of, they're the hot shit, man. Like, yo, this is the guy or the woman that's like, you really need to look out. And then you dig a little deeper and you find out you're not as good as you claim to be, but you can't call them out on it, right? I mean, that you might get HR called if some.
Yeah, you can call them out.
You can. Well, they're not my friend, so just to go with the rules. But no, you know what I mean, though. It's that how are you going to tell me how I'm supposed to do this, and this, and you've never done it? I struggled with being that kind of lead, trying to tell someone who's been doing it for 20, 30 years. And I realized it's not necessarily what I'm telling them. It's how I'm saying it. It's how I'm approaching it. So I come on in a landing pad, like, look, we're on ground level together. Don't think that because, I'm lead and that just means I'm more responsible for this thing failing than you are. That's all that means. Right. I'm not, this is not a superiority thing, but some people play it that way.
Right. I normally tell people it's a liability thing. If something goes wrong, I'm going to be liable. That's what I normally tell people.
Yes.
So please help me help you. Because if I'm held liable, then I have to come back and hold you liable for your part of it. Right. So that's the way I normally say it.
Okay. So I think we hit the halfway mark on this one. We're going to crunch through the other 6. I'm going to do a little bit of a commercial here. So, yeah, because honestly speaking, I didn't even play my. Did I play my intro? I didn't play my intro, did I? I forget the commercial. I didn't play my new intro. It's actually a video I put together, but I think you guys saw it already. If you're subbed to my channel, if you're not subbed, please hit that like, sub, subscribe. Get on the page. Get on the page. I'm actually at 199. I'm hitting 500, and I'm going to be identity revealed at that point. So I got a long way to go. But I figured I'd give some sort of incentive. People can then throw darts at the face they've been hating all this time, right?
No, you're not gonna have a mask on under the mask, are you?
Oh damn! You ruined it, man. You ruined it. I was gonna rebrand. Wear a red
Make-
mask or a blue
I was
one.
gonna
I
say
don't know.
make it a paper bag. And just
Okay, so I'm gonna play this little. I'm gonna actually play the intro, not the commercial. I'll do the intro. So you want to get a drink or something?
And
What's
Stephanie. Nikki Proctor Walden made it, and so did Stephanie. It looks like.
Oh, did they? Oh, welcome, Nikki. You still like me? Nice.
like I said, I'll be paying attention to the chat.
Okay. yeah. Let me know if that's true or not. Maybe I jumped the gun on that one. I don't know. I love Nikki, but you know how these streets go. I'll be right back.
Check out Identity Withheld YouTube channel. What I like about you is that you come with logic. You ask some very logical questions. What you do when you come on these panels, which I like, is that you.
Is it playing? I can't see it playing.
It stopped.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it was
stopped.
playing. Okay. Sorry about that.
Check out Identity Withheld YouTube channel. What I like about you is that you come with logic. You ask some very logical questions. What you do when you come on these panels, which I like, is that you bring the logical question. You're not arguing. You're not yelling and screaming. You simply bring a logical statement. People can't handle that logical question, even though they want to say that they are logical.
We really do love you, dear Identity. You're making history.
How ingrained in people of color to look for that Messiah? I feel like there's this level that when you believe in something and then you believe it so hard that if it collapses, you don't know where to go next. Like, so it has to be true. It has to work. It has to be what someone told me it was. When some people get beyond that point, rationale goes out the window. Bring any piece of evidence you want and it'll get shut down because it's ingrained that no, this has to be what it says it is. That it has to be. Otherwise, I would have to admit that I believed in something that didn't exist. How ingrained it, you know what I mean? Like if it keeps happening and it's on repeat, now we have examples. Now we have a history of saying, wait a minute, didn't my grandmother ask for that? My grandmother asked for that? Her mother asked for that? What the hell are we doing? So it has to be some level of ingraining in the psyche. If something happens to a kid in a school, the first thing that they do is they actually get counseling for the kids who either witnessed it or was a part of that scene, right? We never had that as a people. I'm saying there's a reason for that because there's traumatization that follows that. And that's where that ingraining part comes in. I see a pattern in it of counseling never happened as a collective.
Right.
So are we seeing the repercussions of that not happening? You know what I mean?
No, I know exactly what you mean. Man, you are like blowing my mind right now.
They tug on your emotional strings. We've had that as a people.
Right.
Like that was always there. And then you got the people that know it's there and know how to manipulate it.
Right.
And it's hard to discern between the two because that go back to the idea of how bad do I want this entity to be you're the answer. You're it.
Yes.
And then the part that I'm like I said, I can't put a finger on it, but I see a pattern that's like, okay, does anybody else see this? Or
No, you're not crazy. It's there.
You have been very measured and logical in the questions that you asked. And I want to say thank you for that.
These conversations, these exact conversations, these are the things that I like to do. I ask these type questions because I'm not only saying these things, I'm also asking because there's things that I need to know too.
Yes.
I'm in this space where I'm questioning everything and I'm seeing what rises to the top, right? Now, I'm taking hits because people think I'm challenging for anyone's religion, beliefs, and all that other stuff. I'm just asking general questions because I just want to know things that I either was never told or people avoided to tell me.
Yes.
So I love having these type talks And I want to hear different perspectives. I want to hear things outside of my head, because I know what I'm thinking. I want to know what you're thinking, and whoever else is coming up and talking to me about it. So,
Yes, a motherfucker.
okay.
Too much?
Nah, that was good.
Was that
That
too much?
beat is fire, boy. That beat is fire.
By the way, Identity, that's me that said I have a thought about the intro. You telling me to come up? I'm up here already.
Oh, my bad.
No, I was gonna say, is that your wife?
I forgot. Yeah, you used the different tags.
Is that your wife?
That's Kel's lab.
I know. She was just like, yes.
Nah, yeah, respect to Kel's lab. You know, she was. I was on a live on Nappy Yankees. It was like a late night, and it was just like 10 people listening or whatever, and we were just talking about, Black messiahs and struggles of our people, and I was just talking, and she was doing that, and I was like, I am going to capture this and do something with it. It was organic, man. It was a moment, and I had to let her know. Understand, I'm not doing this to get that reaction, but I appreciate it. But I had to do something with it.
Nah, hey, I don't blame you. I mean, goodness.
It was a moment, man. I was like, damn, that actually happened, man. So, and if I'd have told somebody, they wouldn't have believed me. They wouldn't have believed me. So, respect to Kel's lab. Go visit her channel. She hasn't been on in a while. Haven't seen her.
Yeah, it's been a long while.
Yeah, I did ping her, like, yo, where are you? So, any other complaints about that?
Yeah, there was no Owl show, I noticed. Where's the Owl show now playing?
I'm gonna speak on him a little later, after the rules. Let me get the rules out of the way. Then I'm gonna hit that sector button even harder. But if you hear anything that applies to the sector now, you can talk about it now. I'm good. This is gonna be a free flow show. So, all right, are we good? Ready to move on?
Sure.
Go. Number 7, do what is meaningful and not what is expedient. An example would be de-individualization, following the crowd's opinion when it challenges your own beliefs. I did an episode on this, episode 4, with de-individualization in the title. Check it out, because I sort of touched on this already, but I'm glad that it showed up in this list. And you guys are familiar with the term. Are you good? I know defrauding, you were on there, I think.
Oh yeah, I was on that one.
You were on that one. Yeah. So it was actually a good time, but yeah, that was the first time I ever heard that word of breaking down that feeling you get that even though you don't agree with what's going on, you still go along with it because you fear the repercussion of ridicule or whatever else that comes with it. So you just go with the crowd. And I think I used the example of like rioting.
Right.
Naturally, a lot of people don't naturally just riot, but in the heat of the moment and getting swept up in that, it's like sometimes you do get overwhelmed and pulled in. So that's what I got from this rule. Do what is meaningful and not what is expedient or convenient to you. So anything on that one?
I agree with that. If nothing else, in those moments, I'll just be quiet and process it before I make that decision. But I haven't always been that way. I was a big time follower growing up, so and I can't think of many times when I was following where it ended up with good results. So learn to go against the grain if I really feel like it. If I'm really feeling it.
Right. And sometimes it's not even as simple as just like, okay, I don't want to do that. It could go against like something more pertinent, like, your family's safety, or it could be anything. that you get swept up in it. And this is why I tell my niece and nephew are young enough to understand what I'm telling them. So I tell them all the time, they're growing up in an environment I grew up in, and I'm trying to tell them all the things I've learned to avoid by going through it. Because you have friends around you or see, I'm using that word again, friends around you that are doing certain things, and because everybody's down to do it, that doesn't mean you do it. If you feel like that's not something you want to rock with, hey, sometimes it's best to go against the grain. Sometimes it is, and it may be not. It may be more of a serious thing, especially when you're talking about growing up with humble beginnings and getting into some goofy shit. I'll leave it there.
Right.
But you know what I mean.
Yep. YM's in the building.
What's good, YM? Hello.
Hey,
Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. Anything on this one?
Yeah.
I really pick and choose. I really pick and choose the times that I will be a follower and the times that I'll be a leader. It depends on weighing out the consequences and thinking several moves ahead. What are the plausible outcomes of a decision that I'm about to make? Because even when you make a decision as a group, there's also individual consequences for that decision that group made that you were part of. So I always try to think about, what is the outcome of this? Is this positive? Is this something that's going to be beneficial? Is the person that's leading us towards a positive direction? Are the means to an end positive? If everything is in alignment and this person is moving us to the next level, then I'll go along with it. And that's the kind of thing I'll follow. But if it is a person that's doing something that's negative, they're leading us into the wrong direction, yeah, I'll definitely go against the grain. And I've learned that in my real everyday life, but I've had to relearn it again as far as it comes to the sector that we're in, and understanding that everybody's plights and problems and factions and groups, they're not necessarily my plights or my problems or my drama. This is that particular person's drama with that particular person. Therefore, I may not necessarily need to get involved and sway a certain direction just because of those affiliations.
Right.
Definitely well said.
Yes.
The first part of that, do what's meaningful, not with expedience. I would just put this out there. The caveat that is that one thing I'm trying to really instill in myself and all my seeds is that there's a difference between something that's urgent and something that's important. And that goes with that meaningful and expedient. It's vital that we learn that there's a difference between those things. Something can be extremely urgent but have no importance to it. Some could be extremely important and have no urgency to it. So you have to learn that difference. And then with the following, the de-individualization, I hope I said that word right.
Yeah, you got it.
It's a danger. I'm just going to put the blunt out there. I think it's a danger in groupthink. I think, consensus is solid and consensus is well, but groupthink is dangerous because in groupthink, it usually means that the person that was either the loudest or the person that was the most persuasive has pushed his or her agenda on you and you're following it. So groupthink to me is just, it's a little bit dangerous. So this is where I'm really trying to teach the people that I roll with, my friends, is that you got to learn when to display certain things. You got to learn when to display some courage. And you got to learn that if you're in a groupthink situation, I always put it against my courage test. If I can display moral courage, ethical courage, or physical courage against it, then I'm not going to agree with it. You know what I'm saying? So those things are extremely, extremely important in that situation.
Definitely.
I like that.
It was deep. That was deep. So this rule is actually in conjunction with number 8. And that rule is tell the truth or at least don't lie. If you lie, you corrupt your own perceptions and can no longer trust them. And if you can't trust your perceptions, ultimately this means you can't rely on yourself. Telling me the truth hurts. Telling me the truth hurts, but telling me a lie hurts and I can't trust you.
The last line is really that's it for me. And I'm guilty of not always telling the truth. So part of my development, because it's ongoing for me, is learning how to be upfront. Because I would always anticipate the reaction. So, my lie would be based on what I think was going to happen, or the fear of what was going to happen, or the fear of the response. And then usually that made it worse. So in actuality, most of the time that I decided on telling the truth instead, it was kind of like, okay, well, now that I know, I can either, you can make a better decision, as opposed to lying, getting caught in a lie, and then having to, have that conversation after that, and which usually is not a conversation. It is,
Right.
it's an argument.
Facts right there.
I hear you. Anything else?
Hey, that's something solid what you said about you would tailor your expression, truth or lie, to the way that other people were going to receive it. I think that's a problem that I see a lot of in the sector. I see it with one person very, very specifically, meaning that we emote or we feel for others. You know what I'm saying? A person is going to receive something the way that they receive it. So I think that we need to give them the truth, period, dot. And you gotta let people receive it the way they receive it. That was deep what you said about you tailor the things that you were going to say based on the way that they were going to receive it or react to it.
I would say in the past, I wasn't good at it either because I was fearful of the consequences. A lot of times, depending on what you've done or what you didn't do, the consequences would be very severe, and then you would have to deal with the ramifications of a choice that you made. One of the things I would say is that what really helped me with getting better with that was after I did join the Air Force and became a mechanic, integrity first became really important because at this particular point in time, my decisions weren't just based on me having consequences. There's other people that could possibly be negatively affected by what I do and what I don't do. So at that particular point in time, there was no more room for lying. It became very easy to always tell the truth for the most part to the best of my ability because it was so much at stake. It was one of those cases where no longer can you cut corners, no longer do you want to cut corners, and you want to be accountable because what happens is that that's your whole reputation. People need to be able to believe that you didn't take a shortcut. They need to be able to believe that you did exactly what the directions said, the way that it was supposed to be done every single time. If they can't believe that and they don't have that trust in you, they'll always step to somebody else or they'll step to trying to have somebody second guess you or double check you, which slows down the mission, slows down mission effectiveness. Not to mention, once again, ultimately, people can lose their lives for making a huge mistake and then you lied about it and said, "Oh, sure, I did that. I put everything down and I retorqued it back the same way." So when you say that and then something goes wrong and now all of a sudden an engine just fell in somebody's farm, you got a problem. So, at that particular point in time, this is extremely important. So, I mean, I guess that's what really changed it was when the stakes got so high as to where it just doesn't make any sense to lie. It makes more sense to tell the truth. And you get good at that practice because the more times you do it and the more times you get slapped on the hand, you start to realize, hey, this hurts a little bit, but this is way better than lying and getting that, that consequence.
Facts there.
Nice.
Last thing, bad news doesn't get better with time, so just tell the truth up front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
yeah,
learning.
I'm yeah, you're learning. I think we all are. I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm 100% honest. Like I am to a degree when I know it's pertinent. Telling my child I'm gonna buy her a pony. I mean, I'm not really. She's not gonna hold me to that tomorrow. Let's just put it that way. But I'll stop once she realizes, wait, are you really gonna get me a pony? But yeah, so this one resonated with me, and actually that last line I added because that was my assumption, the culmination of this whole definition of this rule. That was how I wanted people to treat me at one point in life. that I find, you find out someone's lying to you, and then I started using the terms, the words of, "I'd rather you tell me the truth and hurt me now, than the later let me find out that it was a lie." Because it's more detrimental if I find out that you're lying. Because again, I can't trust you once I get to that point. I want to trust you, but it's up to you to give me that, or at least give me the opportunity to do that. But it's yours to lose. The trust is yours to lose. But once you lose it, like you said, it's hard to get that back. I mean, you're going to be looking side eye every time somebody you find out they lied to you. A friend, brother, or whoever. You're just like, I can't really take everything you say as gospel, like as truth. Can't give you the benefit of the doubt. So, all right. I think we're good there. And stick around because I'm probably, like I said, where I'm going to go with this is probably going to be my most famous live, and I hate the fact that I'm saying that because it's just a time that I have to speak my voice in some of the stuff that I've been seeing going on these streets. And I think somebody who actually just was saying, you were referencing someone, I guess sector related. You didn't want to use a name. I don't know if
That's me, dog.
Okay. I didn't know which one of you guys said it, but you didn't want to. You can say whatever you want to say on this live. It's okay. I'm okay with. I'm going to be dropping names, and it's probably not going to be pretty, but that's okay. I'll take the heat for whatever comes my way after that. But feel free to speak your mind. Well, once I open it, it's going to derail everything. So I'm biting my tongue till I get to 12.
Same.
So I'm trying to be structured here. I want to give the people something to stand on first before I start going down the effery road. So rule number 9, assume that the person you're listening to knows something you don't. Recognition of your own ignorance. And that's not derogatory, and that's not negative. It's there. We don't know everything. So just recognition of your own ignorance. Humble yourself and pay attention. Ask yourself, what's more important, what you know or what you don't know? Anything, guys?
Hey, there was an incident that happened on Binary's show yesterday, I think, or was it the day before? I really wish I could have called in because it was such an interesting conversation. But I was just in the wrong place. I think Flacco was explaining different things about Africa I had never thought about heavily when he was thinking about whether or not they had a navy or if they had boats and stuff like that. And it's like I had grew up in this city of Chicago where the DuSable Museum and other museums in Chicago have actual artifacts from Africa like boats and stuff. So when I heard people saying that Africa didn't have boats, I'm like, what are they talking about? I've seen it. So then I didn't understand that aspect. However, there were other things I learned, like when he was explaining the Asiatic descent, I was like, oh, that's interesting. I never thought of it or seen it that way. So there were certain things that he said that I did say, oh, okay, well, that's a different approach. I never heard that before. There was something to learn there. And some of the things he said triggered me to actually research it right there on the spot. Because I wanted to know whether or not that what he was saying was true or factual and stuff like that. And, that was really interesting to me because, again, you don't know everything. There's some things that you don't know. I'm not the biggest history buff either. So for me, that was an opportunity to learn new things.
Yes. I think I was on part of that live, not the whole thing, but I think the conversation went pretty well because he asked me to do something with him on some historical debate or something. I'm like, I'm not a historian, but I just read every now and again. That's all. So I don't have a problem discussing stuff. So, but yeah.
The only thing I think I didn't agree with there was the using of the dictionary in order to prove something. Because the thing with that is that, like I put in the chat, definitions change depending on what country it is, what time period it is. It's all based off of how it's socially used. Like when you look at a dictionary, it doesn't say that this is the way that this word has always been used. No, it means that this is the way that this word is used now. So if you go to a dictionary from a different year, maybe about, I don't know, 40, 50 years ago, that definition has been updated since then in 2021. And it's always going to be like that because we use words differently over time. And our entire language is based out of Old English that comes from England, and they still have words that mean different things than the way that we use it today in real time. So therefore, I was like, I don't know if you can use definitions to try to prove something on a geological level. And then two, using the American map to prove these points, I'm like, well, the American map that we look at is inaccurate from what I've been told. I've been told that Africa is several times bigger than North America.
Yeah,
And
that's the frame of reference argument, right? That's the frame of reference. Yeah, the maps we've been looking at over these years have been the U.S. is not as dominant on the map as it may seem in some of these maps. So I'll leave it there.
Right. So I was like, man, I don't know. We're arguing points on a lot of things that aren't very solid. So that's one thing I will say about that.
I'll chime in. The in my job, my where I work at, one of the skills that we had to learn, I was taking a certification test, and it applies very, very heavily to what I do. You have to be able to list your known unknowns. And I know it sounds like it's an oxymoron, but it's one of those skills that you get when you learn A, that you don't know everything, and B, you have to be aware of those things, and they have to have a pertinent role in your planning process. So it's written like on one of the notes there too. That is a definite solid point there to pick up. Another thing too, DeFraud, you said about the use of the word and the time that it's used. I'll give you an example of that, and I think Flacco was a little off on that. I'll give you an example. The word vulgar. The word vulgar in the time when the word was originated just meant one thing. It meant you didn't read or write in Latin. But now the word vulgar means disgusting, grimy, unkempt, stinky, has nothing to do with the language of Latin. So that's a solid point that you made, that the dictionary is locked into a reference of time, socioeconomics, geography, all that stuff. So good point.
Right. Thank you.
Great point. But that's Flacco's frame of reference too, though. Like, he's standing on it, but I guess pointing out to him that, dude, there's a flaw in your theory here. You know, you're trying to apply what's in the book now to what happened 5, 6, 7, 800 years ago. Hell, hip hop wasn't that long ago. And how many words did the hip hop culture, I'm part of it, flip words? Bad was good, and hot was fresh, and fresh was nice, and you know, like all these different things. You try and pull a dictionary now to describe that time just in the 80s and like early 90s. It's not going to make sense to some people, you know, because the times changed the words, or at least the culture itself changed the words. And now it's commercial, and I'm not going to get on that soapbox. Anybody else?
Yeah, I always try to look. I know I don't know everything, so I don't even know how it is to approach a conversation with somebody thinking that I know more than them. You just don't know. I don't know. If you think you know everything, even if you do now, go look at that core math that they teaching the kids in school now.
Right. And to double down on that, let's take the scenario that someone knows everything. They cease to evolve. There's no more learning. There's nothing else to do. You have everything you need in existence. So why are you here? Like that, it's like, just to say, you not say it, but just to have that feeling of, I know all this, and it comes with a level of misunderstanding. What you're saying to me is there's no more room to evolve. You will stay where you are for the rest of your life. There's nothing else to do for you. So I will say this is kind of the where I'm leaning more towards. In general, the religious aspect of knowing. That's where it rubs me the wrong way, because once you say you know a thing, there's no more room to grow. There's nothing else to learn. But look how many things we have to learn up to the point we're no longer in existence. We're going to be learning for the rest of our lives. So it's almost arrogant in a sense to me to say I know, but you got to believe that I know. So
Right.
that's where I am with it. So anything else? Yeah, I think this is where Rodney stays quiet. He's not going to touch.
Clark says something interesting.
What's up?
Clark said, and he's young. To keep that into factor.
Yeah, he has a lot of growing. I tell the youngest people in my family when they do something wrong and their uncle comes to check them and they say, look, you may hate me now, but you'll thank me when you're 30. The flaw in that theory is when people hit 30, they don't always get it then either. So, but in my head, it made sense when I said it. Like, you'll thank me when you get older.
Stephanie Collins also said, yep, Socrates said, the wisest man is the one who knows he knows nothing. That's a really good philosophical quote right there.
Shit, I'm pretty wise.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's nice, right?
You know what's funny? The Flintstones used to say that same thing, but in a different way, and I adopted it. He said,
What's
a
that?
smart man knows when he's stupid.
Shout out to Fred Flintstone.
Yeah.
Great philosopher. Great philosopher. Figured out how to move a car with his feet. Nice. Okay. I'm sorry. Did anybody have anything on 9? Anything else? All right. We'll move on to 10. Be precise in your speech. You don't get what you don't aim. You don't get what you don't aim at. You might get what you do aim at. Your aim might get better as you aim. And when I broke this down when reading it, this one actually was the one that kind of made me define this live, because I keep mentioning I have no problem saying names today because I need for it to be not subliminal. I hate going on panels and they're like, you were talking about me. No, I wasn't. Yes, you was. No, I wasn't. I didn't say names. Like, and then that confusion is like a 20-minute argument.
Right.
Not saying you have to be nasty and just say a name for the sake of saying a name, but if you're saying something specific, which I do have things to say, I'm not gonna bite my tongue on who I'm talking to. It's just what was on my mind. So that this one defined my angle for this live, to be precise, which is why I said if you guys have something to say, get it off your chest, direct, whatever. Any comments on the rule?
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. That's one thing.
There you go.
Damn.
Yeah. Sometimes I get somebody asking me, especially like if it's a job opportunity or it's a promotion or something. It's like, you think I should ask? And I'm, the worst they could say is no. I mean, you're already in the position you're in at this point. So if you don't ask or if you don't throw your name in the ring, like you said, if you don't take the shot, then you definitely have no chance of hitting. I want to hit the lotto, but I you won't see me near a lotto card. I just don't play. But I'm dreaming. Oh man, if I hit that Powerball, but I never gonna play, so it's not gonna happen for me.
Yeah, you hit that Powerball, we won't hear from you again.
No, you know what? Then I might actually come on and tell the truth.
I'm gonna be honest now. Yeah, I can afford to be. I can afford to be honest today.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I used to teach a public speaking class, and I had very, very simple rules. And one of the rules was when you speak, be on time and on target. You got to be. People don't listen past a certain point, usually about 20 to 25 seconds. So being precise doesn't mean just be fast. It means get to your point quick, be on time, and be on target. And the three S's always work: stand up, speak up, and shut up. So those
Yes.
always work with being precise.
Damn. Yeah, this live is not getting privated, people. There's too much in here.
And then you also have to choose your words very wisely, because if you do not choose your words wisely, you have to fear the fact that once you put those words out into the air, it's out there now. People have heard it. So therefore, you always have to think about what it is you're going to say before you say it, how it's going to come across, and what are the repercussions of what you just said.
Right. Point in case, it's like slandering someone's name and then acting like it didn't happen. Like, wait, are we in the Twilight Zone? Like that. It's on the internet. Like, it's not going anywhere. So if I'm 3, 4, 5 weeks behind, it's fresh in my mind. So
right,
yeah,
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do. I see binary code just made in the building, man. Yeah, you are late. Damn it.
I meant to say Corey is in there too. I don't know if he's still in.
Oh, Slater Show. Nice.
Yeah.
Welcome. If you're still here, welcome. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I think the frauding fell off, did he? Yeah, I guess he'll be back. So let's go to number 11. We're almost done this, and then we'll have some fun. Rule number 11. Don't bother children when they're skateboarding. Sounds crazy. I know, sounds crazy. But offer encouragement to our children when facing the challenges in life or attempting to conquer dangerous things. To interfere is not love or empathy. It's cowardice of the damage and damaging to the child. This one was pretty rough when I read it. Refrain from negatively criticizing their actions. Do not do anything for anyone they can do for themselves. It's a level of theft. This is how he broke it down. Actually, it's almost like thievery when you're doing something that they could do, but you do for them. So, does this resonate at all? You guys have kids, at least I know.
Yes, that's tough. I like the skateboarding reference, because that is something that if you watching your kids do, you worry about them fall. So I get that. But somebody, when we was kids, we put wood on top of crates and pretended like we was the Dukes of Hazzard and Evel Knievel. And your parents just looked out there and said,
You are
"All right."
dating yourself.
Well, I saw this on YouTube.
Okay.
I looked up old man shit on YouTube. It's not
Evel Knievel. Whoa.
Well, what's the guy in the cartoon? So I said, anyway, but yeah,
I know the old references. I got you. I'm just as old, so I'm good.
but the thing is, your kids, you don't want to see, my oldest two are girls. I don't want to see them falling all over the place, but
right.
You do have to temper that, because, they are going to fall. And I don't know if it's theft. I don't know if I consider it theft, that they could do something for themselves. But I guess if you learn and you teach it and you constructive, you can kind of let them fall in their face a little bit.
Nice. I feel you. I feel you.
Yeah, this one is a tough one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because as men, and I can probably say this as black men, we're really taught to be protectors. I know I was. My father made it very clear, like, you will protect your family at all costs. And that kind of blinded me for a while, because I was wanting my children to learn things, but I wouldn't allow them to get the lesson. And sometimes that lesson is scraping their knee up, but the other side of that little bit of blood is tougher skin. So yeah, that one resonated with me kind of tight.
Right. I have that. I'm not where you guys were or will be or already have been. I'm getting there. I'm still in that pampering phase. So, but I do know there are things that, a kid's going to fall. learning how to walk, right? You don't want them to cry, and at any point, you don't want them to cry at all. But I mean, at the same time, you still want them to learn. So it's tough. It's tough. Like sometimes just taking a step back and come on now, figure it out. Figure it out. You know, you got to go through it. So, but yeah, this one resonated with me pretty heavy too.
Yeah, I think the best lesson is for people to learn how to get back up when they fall down. So, in my opinion, it's okay and it's good to let people have a controlled fall where it's not something that's going to kill them, but it's something that'll help them grow as a person, because those defeats is where we often learn our best lessons.
Right. Right. Get them
Failure is a
battle
learning
scars.
opportunity. Yes, that's facts. Failure is a learning opportunity. Yeah.
Greatest teacher.
Yep. All right, but yeah, I obviously this one's more for the parents of kids who are just trying to make sure that they're safe and happy. And but yeah, there's some things they just need to learn on their own. Unfortunately, that's how we learned. I mean, a lot of the things that we know, so all right, are we good with this one? I think so. And the final rule: pet a cat when you encounter one on the street. I think he got more philosophical as he started going through the list of these chapters in this book. But it's a metaphor for fragility or life instability. What to do when you don't know what to do? A coping mechanism. Dealing with the effects of a major loss and take whatever time it needs to heal. I think most importantly, he touched on dealing with, let's say, a loss in the family. We do know there are people that take death hard, and it takes them maybe weeks, months, sometimes years to bounce back. And the idea was, or is, that time is going to be what it's going to be. It's not going to be the same for everybody, but some people bounce back in a day, 2 days, 5 days, they're back on the job. Hey, it is what it is. It's part of life. Let's move on. So, but everybody doesn't handle it that way.
Right.
So the idea of dealing with it when it needs to be dealt with, whatever time it takes to do that, do that. Anything on that?
That's one of the things I struggle with, major losses. So, yeah, it. This one, that's a struggle for me. That's a big, it has been for years. I started losing friends. I was 12, and it seemed like every year it was one or two, and then I got to the point where I was numb. But then, as I've gotten older, and you expect, like, in your 40s, that once you make it to your 40s, and this is, there is no real absolute, but in my mind, once you're in your 40s and everybody kind of made it out of that street life, everybody's being productive now. Okay, we get to live till we're 70 or 80, and then to see it start occurring again, those losses kind of hit me hard recently. So that's something that I deal with. I still struggle with, for sure, but I definitely believe in taking that time to heal. You have to do that. You have to be able to just don't let anybody tell you should be at this point by now, or just get up, or just do this, or why don't you just anything, somebody telling you just to do something when they're not going through it. So
right.
I definitely struggle with that.
Right. Good point. I feel for you, bro. I definitely do know how, feeling like you can't get through something. And, people always say that, time heal, it's easier said than done, obviously. But like I said, I think the takeaway for this is whatever time it takes, you still have to deal with it, and, take whatever time it takes to deal with it. Like, it's not a one size fits all. So,
right.
Anything else?
Right, I agree.
All right. If we don't have anything else, think this is where the moment where Rodney starts to cringe.
Well, before I cringe, I'm gonna drop down. I gotta hop in my car and head to work, so I'll be
I
listening.
figured you would.
What that you say, boss? Oh, my boss calling me. I gotta go.
Peace, Rodney.
Peace, Rodney. Thanks for coming up, man. Hey, Rodney, before
Yes,
you
sir.
go, do you
Yeah.
have any Cash App? Anything you want me to put up? Anything you want to talk about as far as what you're doing, your channel? Put your channel up.
I'll put my link in the private if you could just put it up. I'm gonna start going live either Sunday or Monday.
Okay.
So I'll just put it in the private chat, and then because I don't know, I think it has to be a mod to put it in the
I can just throw it in the chat. I can just do that real quick.
Right,
yeah,
cool.
just make sure you leave it in the back, and I'll put it up. You know, when you guys get the link, go sub to Rodney. Cool brother. I'm actually happy he came up. Didn't expect him to, but I did expect him to run once I got to this point. But that's okay. That's okay. Do your thing, man. Do your thing.
Damn. All right.
Okay. All right. So what do you guys think about the rules?
I agree
Helpful.
with most of all of them.
Okay. Yeah, definitely check out that Jordan Peterson, man. I was shocked that, you know, like I didn't even see this guy. You know, I see him all the time now in my like Instagram feed because I click on every single one that pops up, them little 2-minute videos of him on interviews with like Joe Rogan, and he's been all over the place. He's been, you know, talk shows, and I'm like, wow, this. I mean, he speaks well, and he articulates things to the point where you're not upset per se. Oh, not per se. I'm doing DRL stuff. He's not saying things for the sake of saying it. You can tell he put some real thought into what he's saying, and it sometimes comes off controversial because it goes against some of the beliefs that we have. Until you take a step back and think about it, like, oh wait, I didn't think of it that way. So a lot of people watch his videos just to see him challenge, you know, maybe not LGBTQ or anything like that, but just when he says things, it may come off as challenging and it's clickbait for people. But if you really listen to what he's saying, it's like, wait, he's not saying this just for the sake of being shocked, like shock value. It's not that. Like this dude is living this. Like he hasn't owned a television since 1985. When I heard that, I was like, damn, 85? You never bought a TV since 85? That is amazing. I don't know how you got this far. But you know, he's just one of those guys. So check him out. So I am going to post. Let me see. Let me copy the link here. Go back. All right. So that is Rodney's channel. Please sub to him. Check him out when he goes live. Even if you want to go over there and troll him when he goes live, do your thing. You know, I probably do that too. It's okay. You know, tell him Identity sent you. So let me one more time hit the button.
Warning, you are entering a restricted area. Return to where you came from or be destroyed. Message ends.
And welcome back. Here we go. So, as I mentioned earlier, there were a few things that happened in the sector in the last couple of weeks, couple months, you know, for me that I stood down on. I didn't say much. I didn't really chime in much unless someone asked. And most times I didn't even know the details. I just sort of saw the kerfuffle and the back and forth. And sometimes I'm just learning through by way of context of the conversation, like what happened. And by the way, Conscious Energy, give that money back. So I'm going to be reading from my notes, defrauding or varied. If you guys see anything pertinent in the chat, let me know. So the Umar Johnson sector. What the hell is our purpose in this sector? And I'm going to ask it again. What is our purpose? Why are we here? Is it to support Umar? And if you're against him, are we honorary AFWs, but without the sector sizzle? Like we're not actually AFW, but if we're against them, does that mean we're honorary? Because I don't think you can be anything other than either for Umar or against Umar in an Umar sector. Does that sound right to wrong to anyone?
I would say that it has evolved past that at this point.
I guess that's probably where I'm struggling. Of why are we still talking about it? This is an Umar Johnson sector, and who's talking about Umar anymore? I don't even hear his name much anymore.
Right.
So,
I don't even think it's that anymore. I think it's definitely become separate from Umar. You don't even hear him talked about anymore. The people that was pro Umar, they're no longer pro Umar because you're not hearing them defend him or talk kindly of him. So it's kind of like I think everybody just sees it for what it is and they've moved on.
right. Okay. That's how I feel. I feel like it's become something else. So I guess I'm struggling with the title of, when people say, "Oh, I'm from the Umar Johnson sector," that doesn't necessarily define what's going on here.
Yeah.
So, anything on that, Varied?
Yeah, I think just to piggyback it, it definitely has moved on.
Yeah. To what? I don't know. I don't know where it's going. So I that's why I'm asking, what is our purpose here? What are we doing?
It depends on the person too, because now all of a sudden that there's so many different content creator voices, there's different focuses for each person. Some people are using this as a personal therapy machine where they're basically getting on here and using this for therapeutic purposes and psychological, trying to heal psychological woes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got some people getting on here looking to date people and whatnot, and
yeah.
I mean, there's so many different focuses. You got people trying to get subs, like with Poetic Flacco and Ghost. It's not even about any of that. They're trying to get subs, comments, likes. They're trying to get the money, trying to get to the whole monetization thing. So they have a completely different focus.
Right.
He kind of like basically does what he always did, which is cover the news and cover different court cases. And he likes to give out his opinion, and for him this is fun. For him this is a relaxation type thing. And at the same time, since he's already monetized, he does make a little bit of coin off of it. I can't say how much. I've never really tried to track, but I'm pretty sure there's an incentive there too. So then with other people, I think other people are starting to get lost a little bit. Like, I think some people just don't know what they're doing anymore.
Right. See what happens when purpose is gone?
Yeah.
You're just winging it, and you have no direction. You're just out there, just trying to clasp onto something, just anything.
Right.
So, to be honest, and this is where I'm going to read because I just wrote everything down. To be honest, I'm tired of the selective, sporadic support for the Black family. How many examples do we have of hypocritical love for the Black woman? We're outraged when someone calls them out their name, but say nothing about diss tracks calling them hoes. We sit there, we bump our heads, we clap our hands. That's hot. Wait a minute. Is this happening right now? So I'm also tired of the hypocritical love for the Black man. We talk about how strong we are as men, we should stand together, but say little when people spend hours tearing them down with gay slander and attacks on their wife and children. It's like I almost feel like are we picking one or the other, or are we just going to act like no one did something different or counter to what's happening today, and then tomorrow it's going to change again? And it confuses me of these levels of support we keep showing, but it's very sporadic, and it spikes. It spikes, I guess, the views of some people, and I don't know. I guess the chaos is starting to it's getting louder to me.
Yeah.
So anything on that?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that selective outrage, man. That selective outrage, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of zoned out of the sector for grip because of that. You know, some people, just like you said, 1 minute, oh, why you call a black woman a B, and then the next second that B get on my nerves, and then we got standing ovations in the chat. It gets a little
Yeah,
bit annoying, and that's the one thing that I would really say is kind of a I don't know. I like the camaraderie, and I like the community, because I'm not near a lot of folk, and I like to get on. But that whole selective outrage is just it's annoying because that's what happens in the news, and then now it's happening in the sector, and it's gotten old for me too.
I hear you. I hear it's confusing to me because 1 minute I think we're standing for the black family, and then the next thing somebody got hosed this and what? Wait, time out. This doesn't match what we were standing with yesterday. So so I think we all know who I'm talking about. D Durrell. I'll say it. I'm not. I told you this is one of those lives. I'm not gonna sit here and hide behind innuendos and all that type stuff. D Durrell is one of those dudes I had a problem with coming in. I feel like he's in a privileged position to help pull our people through life struggles as a professional, but instead he uses YouTube as a dumping ground without regard to its effect, which doesn't make sense for a health specialist. For someone who's in a position to help. If you're not going to help us, what the hell? Like, what do? We can't get the professional to say, hey, this is the effects if you continue down this path. But when you're the one doing it, and I'm not saying he's doing it today, I can't say whether he did it yesterday or not, but I do know the track record is there without apology. It's there. It's always been there. And he's one of the guys that I always pick on, or at least I throw my little jabs here and there when I'm on panels, but I'm speaking directly to him. I want to represent my people on and off YouTube. I don't want to take time off once that live button is pushed out from my profession, not my profession, but just being professional. Isn't it disrespectful for somebody to treat you a different way than they would their coworker? Like, yo, you respect your coworker. You don't curse them out. You don't call them bitch, hoe, all these different, you don't do that at work. What if I want that respect? Am I wrong because it's YouTube that I don't get that respect? It's disrespectful to the audience. It's disrespectful to your people. And this goes out to all the professionals, anybody in a professional that claims to be in a professional position. As humans, we are constantly evolving, but when you stand on bad decisions without any attempt to rectify, I'm questioning your true purpose, because life solutions isn't it. And people can take that as a shot, but you can also take this as constructive criticism. I challenge D. Durrell to do better on these YouTube streets. I hope he is. I really hope he is. And I'm not saying to do it for me, because I'm not the only one on these panels. I'm saying it because if you are in no position to do it, then who else is even going to want to do it if the professionals aren't even doing it? It's almost like saying you're not even worth my time. That is so disrespectful. I don't expect you guys to jump in. If you want, go ahead. I know I'm ranting, but go ahead and
Speak your speech, man. Speak your speech.
I'm gonna wait.
Go ahead, do your thing. Go ahead, because I'm gonna jump to. I'm off D Durrell now, so I'm gonna go to someone else. But before I do, anybody have any comments on that?
Oh yeah, I was definitely gonna chime in on that because when I was on vacation, I remember I was playing it while I was on the machine running, and what he was saying is that outside of work, I don't have to be a professional. I can't be a therapist all day, every day. Outside of work, I'm not a therapist. I'm just me or whoever I am, right? And I was like, I understand that, but the fact of it is that you have a particular code of morals and ethics that come along with certain titles. Those morals and ethics, people expect that because that is the standard of the profession that you're in. I can't be a police officer, but then when I'm off work, I'm robbing people. I can't do that. I shouldn't be
Right.
doing that. That's unbecoming of the position that I'm in. I can't be pro-American and being in the military, but then when I'm outside of work, I'm a part of groups that's going up to the steps. I'll leave it at that. But
Right. Got you.
Your speech.
your actions are not reflecting what you're a part of. And those people that are inside of that community, if they saw the behavior that you're exuding in this particular space, would they claim you and say, yes, that's what we are about as a collective whole? That's why even with my trolling, I had to calm that down, because I was like, well, if somebody clipped all my trolling up, sent it up to my leadership, and they looked at it, what would they say and what would they think? So I had to change the way that I trolled, the way that I talked, and everything else like that, because I was like, I have to remember I'm a part of something that they have a certain code of morals and ethics, and I have to be in unison with that, both on the job and off the job. So therefore, I was like, you can't be sitting out here saying that I'm a completely different person. I'm a super contradiction. I don't believe in any of that stuff outside of work that I tell people every day while I'm on the clock. Like, it's so drastic of a change. It's like night and day. And at the same time, I understand that when it comes to therapists, it's not so much about altruism. It's not necessarily like the Mother Teresa thing where I'm just doing this out of the goodness of my heart. Because you have that title and you have that education, you're looking to get paid. So there's an intrinsic view to it as well. And a lot of times you figure that this isn't a formal sector or a formal space where they can be professional and they can give out those professional services, and especially not for free. But at the same time, I'm saying you don't have to be the exact opposite of what your profession
Right.
is. And that's what I'm saying when it comes to stuff like that. And I feel like even with reverence, a certain Rainbow Rev, as we could say, he
Right.
has a position of altruism. That one is not about intrinsic need and I need to make money. This is supposed to be something that I do this out of the goodness of my heart. I do this without expecting anything in return, because that is the kind of religion or morality that I have. But if we look at his actions and we look at what he's doing online, he's doing the exact opposite of what it is that his profession is and what it is that he got his education in. And when you see that, you start that question to yourself, wow, so we have a professional in health and psychological health that has intrinsic views. He's doing the opposite of what it is he's supposed to be doing, or what we would envision that person would do. And then you've got a person that's altruistic that just does this out of the goodness of his heart, but he's doing the opposite of that too. So
Right.
at a certain point in time, you're like, damn, is there any professional that helps our community every day that's the same way outside of work as they are inside of work? Do they even believe in this shit that they're telling people? So
Right.
now it makes it as to where I don't even want to go to a therapist. Why the fuck would I? This is what I have as an example of a therapist. So if I'm a person that's struggling, I'm going to look at this person and be like, damn, he's struggling too. Because he comes on here and he puts all his toxicity out online. I'm not going to trust going to the church because I'm seeing a blatant contradiction right here.
Right.
Why should I go to the church and listen to this guy when he's out here being just as messy as anybody else that I have ever seen? So it really breaks it down, and you ask yourself, these are the same kind of people that I have in my community. So are there people in my community that give out these services and they're online somewhere on a platform doing the same thing? It really destroys the integrity of the profession. So that's all I have to say about that.
No, I appreciate you opening up, man. I appreciate that, and I hear you. I had an example in my head, and I'll let you chime in if you want, Varied. I had an example in my head. If a cop's off duty and you're getting robbed, and he tells you, "I'm off duty," that's one thing. But if he helps the person rob you, that's what we're looking at. That's what we're looking at. We're not looking at the professional saying, "I'm off duty." We're looking at the professional who's helping the robber rob you. That's exactly what we're looking at, and that bothers me. And if it were just I'm off duty, okay, I'll respect that. I don't expect you to give me anything for free, but don't join in on the kicking. Like that doesn't make sense to me, you know. So Anything varied?
No, sir. Keep going.
Okay. I don't want to get you in trouble. Defraudy's gonna get in trouble too, but that's okay. I think he knows the consequences.
Oh yeah, they're gonna be on my ass.
I know. What's worse than being called a non-black Italian? I don't know what else they're gonna call me. I don't know. Whatever it is, I don't care. So one of the biggest slaps in the face is the way you handle your young guns. This is to Darrell, and now I'm transitioning. Your young guns. Shakim Ra. His YouTube existence is partly your doing. Flacco is another one pertaining to his past discretions. I know he's changed his ways because he's trying to do more legit stuff. And I know he's concerned that his past will catch up with him. The only advice I have for him, just expect it to catch up with you at some point. Do not think it's going to go away, dude. This is the internet. If they can pull 10-year-old tweets on Kevin Hart, dude, I mean, it ain't hard to find some Flacco stuff. So I'm just saying that as a precautionary type tale of, hey, this is the bed you created or the bed you made.
Right.
So pertaining to his past discretions, partly you're doing as their godfather, which they called you that. At least I know Flacco still calls you that. What have you taught them? What have you given them of value or substance? I commend Flacco for making attempts to right some of his wrongs, but his history is so deep he can't get mad if it resurfaces in the future. This is the lesson that a godfather should have handed down to his followers. Dude, if you rock like this, there's repercussions to this. But the problem is, he's that off-duty cop kicking people. Like he's in the mix too. So I mean, it's like twofold on that one. Like, damn, it's ridiculous how many levels. Did I cut you off, defrauding? Sorry.
No, I was gonna add in on what you're talking about now. I'm just waiting.
Go ahead. I'm on paragraph 3.
Oh. Oh man, he got it all written down.
Yeah, I do.
I was gonna say, yeah, to me, from the outside looking in again, I feel like Max has led Flacco in a better direction than the person that he had called Godfather.
Yes.
That's just from what I can observably see. Max led him in the direction of get your content up, when to put your content out, what kind of content is natural to you. And ever since then, he's been successful. He's had incremental success. And this is the difference in between the two kind of mentors that he had. Back in the day, when Shakim Ra was an AFW, they hated him. They didn't like anything about him. The minute that he spoke out on Lennon one time and said one thing, they all jumped on his side. No matter how wrong Shakim was, no matter what it was he did, he was the greatest thing since sliced bread as long as he was attacking Lennon. So therefore, it's kind of like that was what was taught. Hey, if you attack Lennon and you attack other people who are a part of the anti-fraud warriors, we love you. We don't care what it is you do wrong. We don't care if you call in the people DCFS. We don't care. But they didn't care about any of that back when he was attacking their enemies.
Right.
But the moment that, that started to die down and the need for that was not as strong anymore, we started to see that they betrayed him. They basically left him out on the lurch. They let him take all the blame. They said that he was the main reason that all these bad things happened. For them, he was the perfect scapegoat. But, at a certain point in time, every last one of them would have co-signed that this guy has 6 figures. He's a successful young man that's far beyond older people. Like, they were co-signing all of that in the beginning, as long as he was doing what they wanted him to do. But then the next thing you know, as I said, when the need wasn't there anymore, they threw him to the curb. And I don't know if that's Godfather behavior to me. And again, they pick and choose when that Godfather thing is something to respect or when it's just a fictitious made up character. That gets
right. I heard him say that one time. Like, it's just a character. It's not, it doesn't mean anything. It was like, have you told you that?
Right. Because in the next live, it'll mean something.
Right. That's the part that's like, as Godfather, what are you doing with this? Oh, I'm not a real Godfather. Well, then why are you acting like it? You speak in third person sometimes? Like, dude, who are we talking to? Like, I don't get it. I appreciate that. I think Varied's going to stand down again. Don't blame me.
I don't blame you, man.
Yeah. I'm shooting from the roof, man. So Shakim Ra, I'll go. Where do I start with that guy? I think defrauding touched on it. He is the image of his supporters want. He is the image of what his supporters want him to be. For everyone putting batteries in his back, understand he's the result of your support. And if that was your child, there's no way you'd be proud as a parent. No way in hell. I'm sorry. As a parent, I cannot even stand by. If that were my child, I'm just going to act like that's the greatest thing ever. No, somebody needs to pull him in. I said this on his very first live I ever joined, probably a year ago. Where the hell are the elders for this dude? And they were laughing at me. They were laughing at me. I said, where are the elders? Well, who the hell's an elder? Anybody that can get him straight that he'll listen to? Because this is some reckless shit. And, if he's young enough, he can correct this or at least do better by, for himself. And it was like not understood that, okay, we should protect the young gun. Not if he's effing up. If he's doing dirt, check him. Isn't that part of the village? Isn't that the community outreach to the young ones? Make sure they're along the lines of, becoming productive citizens and all that. Like, whatever you do, where are they? That's all I want to know. Where are they? And the Godfather's he was one of them. That was like, no, he's good. He'll do. I don't know any truth on him giving cash apps. I know people are saying that's what he did with Flago and, gave him to do his dirty bidding. I'm not saying that's true because I don't know. I've only heard the rumbles. But again, this is the stuff that I stood down on because I was still trying to figure out who's the player in the game and who's the puppet master here, because I didn't understand it, and I think I see a little better now. Took a while, but I think I got it. Too bad his ancestors didn't have a better plan for his life. Maybe he's praying to the wrong ancestors. I'm just saying. That's what I have.
Yeah.
So, no disrespect to anybody who believes in what he believes, but yeah, somebody might want to tap him on the shoulder. So before I go to the next one, anything on that?
I will say this. I have liked him better now than I used to. Like, I feel like when he first came around and he was going at Lenin, it wasn't about him going at Lenin. It was about the idealism he was going at. Telling people that when you get a certain age, you can't go back to school, or it's not a beneficial move to go back to school, get your education so you can get a higher paying job, that you should continue to work that dead end job that you already have and just try to load up on more hours as if that's the answer to the problem. And that particular thing, I felt like that was a lack of insight as far as wisdom and age, and understanding that sometimes you have to take a position or a stance where you will start to lose things in the short term, but you have much to gain in the long term. And that's something that I feel like comes with age or comes with wisdom, or when you have good guidance around you, they teach you that there's strategical moves and stances like that. And I've really thought that when he was doing that back in the day, I was really mad at that. I was pissed off because I was like, that is the wrong thing for people to be saying in our community, in the situation that we are in as African-American people. I definitely cape hard for any kind of tech school, any kind of trade school, any type of educational opportunity at all that comes with a certificate, a degree, or anything else like that. I'm with it. I believe that that's the way to go. Lately with him doing like the roast and stuff, well, at least he's not calling DCFS. At least he's not calling the FBI. He's not calling people's job anymore, as far as I know. So that's what I mean by I like him better now than what I used to before.
Now, I would say this is rule number 6. Put your house in perfect order before you start criticizing the world. I think what happened defrauding is you lowered your standards.
Oh.
I really do. And this is not, I'm speaking, straight from the hip to you. It's like you had a standard and it was like, shit, well, at least he's not, you know what I mean? Like that didn't exist before he did that. So yeah, it's almost like you've been affected by what happened and you adjusted your reasoning. You adjusted it. Yeah. You changed the scale instead of like, I'm saying I'm addressing him. And I've been addressing him since day one because it it didn't make sense for me to not say anything. So I'm not saying what you did was wrong. It's natural. And that's why I know, because I did it myself. I had to catch myself of adjusting my barometer. Like, wait a minute, why am I adjusting? Like, if this is what, you respect your mother, you respect, like, if you want somebody to respect your mother, you don't go cussing someone else's mother out. Like, that is that a bad thing? Like, I'm not going to lower that standard because somebody's cussing my mom out and I want to rationalize it. I'm not doing that. So, but I did that. Trust me, I did that. So that's why I'm saying it sounds like you lowered your standard for him.
Yeah, that's true. That's an accurate call out. I can say that you're absolutely right about that.
Yeah, yeah. I don't have a order here. I'm just going down the list. So I'm going to shift gears off Shakim. I think he got enough from me. But I think he knows a lot of this stuff that I've said to him over the time. It hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. I got more bothered when he started spewing that, 6-figure nigga, this, that, and then I find out you've been unemployed for 6 months. Wait a minute. You got all this advice for people out here who are probably making, pennies just to pay, bills and this and that, and you're flaunting something you don't even have. I understand this is YouTube, but you were giving financial advice, and then you challenge Lenin for giving manly advice. Can you make that make sense? That's the hypocrisy to me. That's, wait a minute, I know I'm not the only one that sees this, but you got people pampering his ass, and they're not saying anything. They're not going to say anything. They're going to stand down and put a battery in his back. He's great. He's a young gun. Yeah, but where are you leading him? You're doing him a disservice. If he's that good, nurture that. Put that to good use. I'm sorry.
At the same time, they never cared about him to begin with in the first place. Like, if you listen to when the fallout happened in between all of them and stuff like that, they started making fun of him, saying, well, look at him. Why he out here looking for a father figure? Like, That's the kind of things you heard them saying. And I'm going to say, who? Ghost. That's the guy who was sitting around making fun of him, talking about he needs a father figure. And he's in here looking for a daddy. He was shaming him on that kind of stuff. So it was kind of one of those cases where, are you really about being pro-black and helping out the fellow man and helping out your younger generation? Fuck no. Because the first time that something like this happened, you started making fun of the fact that his father didn't do a good job and he's looking for a daddy figure, and how shameful is that? So it's kind of like one of those situations where you said, I don't think they ever cared about him to begin with. I don't think any of them did. They didn't give a fuck.
Nope. No, and I'll repeat what I said months ago, the first time I was on his live, and I said to him, I'm trying to at least help you, guide you to not go down a specific path. I don't want to tell you what to do, but I'm telling you that the path that you're on is reckless, it's dangerous, and you're doing more damage than good. You may get more subs and cash apps, but again, you're doing more damage on the overall picture of things. If you're pro-black, Kemet, the black man, this, that, but yet you're doing damage to the people and you don't see it, I have to call that out just because I just the way I feel. Hey, I see something that's a little off. I could stand down. And when I said that to him, his exact words to me were, why do you care? And I said, holy shit. Like, I didn't expect him to say that, ask me that. But I realized where his mind was, and he wasn't listening to me. So I was like, all right. I think Keeping It Plain was on that live, and he said, yo, you got to stand down. He's at war with people, and and I'm like, how you at war with a dude with a family and kids, and you coming at his wife? I never heard Lennon like kind of come at his family and his daddy and his, like, it wasn't war to me. It was just a kid just being reckless because he had nothing to lose. There. Yeah, so
that was the Taz show. I remember it.
When he asked me that, why do you care? I realized where his mind was. Like, damn, yo, he's pretty far gone as far as even listening to me. And you don't need to listen to me verbatim. Like, look, hopefully, and I asked, where are the people that are handling this kid? Like, if you keep telling me he's a kid, where are you guys? Your man is out here reckless. What are you going to do about this? So, okay. Anything, Barry?
I'll just chime with this with Shakim, and I kind of talked to him about this on one of his lives. Of course, he didn't hear me, or he didn't understand me, or just chose to ignore it. But what I see in that is just hurt people, and
Yes.
that boy's hurt. That boy's hurt, and it's not a hurt like somebody hurt your feelings. It's a deep, like, DNA mitochondrial hurt that he's going through, and he really needs to get some assistance to process that. That boy is unprocessed trauma, and all that unprocessed trauma is just reaction, attention getting behavior, all those things that we're seeing that boy's just hurt. And I'm not no doctor, but I
Yeah,
mean,
I don't claim it
you got
either.
to call a spade a spade.
I hear you. I feel you. And any of the reprobates, that's binary's word, right? Any of the reprobates listening to this, understand this is not attack. This is constructive criticism if he wants to take it that way. And I know probably somebody's going to put a battery in his back to say, hey, look, they're talking about you. They're talking about you. And again, I'm going to tell you this to your face, if the YouTube face, Shakim, pay attention to who's telling you these things, because they might not be in your corner the way you think they are. Just because I'm not a close friend doesn't mean I'm not giving you advice that could help you. I'm not a doctor. You actually had a doctor in your camp, and he ain't do shit. So let's be honest. That's the hypocrisy that I don't like to see, but I saw it and I didn't understand it. Of this is how we move. This is it. This is it. I could have walked away from this sector a long time ago. And at the same time, it kept pulling me back. The effery was crazy. I ain't gonna lie. It was crazy. It was crazy. I even got in the mix of it, some of that bullshit. I ain't gonna lie. Not calling people's jobs and stuff like that, but you know what I mean. But this is the stuff that I've been trying to kind of touch on, but not necessarily. I didn't have all the pieces to speak my speech. But now that like kind of things kind of cleared a little as far as, okay, who's in whose corner for real and who's standing where and what and how. Now I'm seeing it for what it is, and this is what you get today. So anything else before I jump on the next one?
Yeah, Hassan Campbell says it all the time. I'm not a big fan, but I will say he has one good saying: pay attention to your circle before your circle hurts you. That's one of his best sayings.
Yeah, keep an eye on the people that are around you. I mean, I don't know his camp well enough to say who's putting batteries in his back, but whatever camp that is, like, dude, I don't know why we still saying young man. That nigga's almost 30. Let's just put this out there. He's almost 30, damn it. He's almost 30. Can we stop saying the young man stuff? Like, when do we stop saying that?
I'm like, he and I are almost the same age, and that's why when they was calling him young man and all the rest of this, I'm like, man, he grown. What are y'all talking about?
He's a grown man. He's a grown young man. How about that? I'll give you that. But they're treating it like he's this kid that you got to just let him figure it out. Not without guidance. What kid do you raise without guidance and say, hey, you go live in the world, do what you want, and see what happens? Like, you have no more advice than that? So, yeah. Jesus, man. Yeah, sorry. I'm getting ramped up. I think the fraud ain't getting ramped up too. My bad, dude. I'm putting stuff over the airwaves and you're picking up on it. All right. So next on my list, Mr. Smoke. What's up, man? You knew you was on this list. You knew you was on this list. Smoke consistently puts consciousness in his titles, but his myopic view of himself as a real nigga clouds his judgment. And it's not just the substance abuse. I ain't even gonna lie. Like, I don't see how you're gonna be both. You a real nigga consciously? I don't know what that means, but okay, if it makes sense to you. He constantly berates others with his self-proclaimed knowledge, but has no clue of his own purpose. Are you here to help the people or not? I hear him all the time. You know, y'all stupid niggas, y'all niggas, y'all stupid niggas. Are you here to help? I don't see it. So, if you're not here to help, why not start with resisting the urge to call your viewers niggas? Jesus, please. You are a contradiction to your own perceived reality. Take a step back and reevaluate your moves up to this point. I know you have other things you could probably offer, but I don't see it. I just keep hearing the same, I'll use your word, rhetoric. I think you say rhetoric. You keep using the same style of approach, and I see the words consciousness, but I don't hear it. and I'm wondering, have you figured this out yet? Doesn't look like it. So, anything, guys?
Yeah, for that guy, I would say, I troll him every now and again. And I guess I do it so often that he just decided to hide me because he was like, you know what, I'm getting tired of this guy. I don't do anything but put eyeballs in his chat, right? And that gets people riled up. They see eyeballs. I had people yelling at me in all caps, go get Kip, go get Keeping It Plain. I'm like, I don't talk to Keeping It Plain outside of here. Like, what are y'all talking about? Like, so like I thought it was funny because it gets a rise out of people, and I'm like, I'm not doing anything super negative. All I'm doing is putting eyeballs, or I'll put a camera emoji in there, and then people the crowd goes wild, and I'm like, man, you can make this up. So for me, that's funny, that's fun, because I'm not doing anything to purposely hurt anybody, not at all. But at the same time, they're just they're just losing it. So with his particular thing is that I think everything about it is a contradiction, man. Because how can you be a real N-word, but you're deleting people for putting an eyeballs in the chat? I don't think that's real N-word behavior. Now, where I come from in Chicago, we have a different definition of what that is.
Right.
So I compare people in the sector to that kind of real N. I'm like, y'all pale in comparison. Y'all ain't nowhere on that level. So I don't understand why you are harping to that, and I don't understand why that's positive. Where I come from, people live in fear. That is a nightmare to be around them real ends like that. They're killing people. They're putting people into the casket. They're shooting people at the funeral home. They're putting people on T-shirts, then rapping about the fact that they put somebody on T-shirts, and then they telling them that they smoking that guy's pack. And I'm sitting here like, how is this positive? To me, that is what real N-word stuff is. That is what that culture is about. It's about ignorance. It's not about consciousness. It's about, hurting the community that you claim that you're here to serve. So I'm very confused about, how do you, as you said, put consciousness in the same sentence as real N?
Yeah. I apologize. I'm using the strong N. I'm selling a point here, so I'm just trying to sell it as this is how it's delivered to me. Like when I hear it, I'm like, I don't get this. I don't. Please explain yourself. But I hear you. I'm sorry. Did I cut you off?
No, it's all good. But yeah, like that's the thing with when I see that and when I hear that out of the sector that people are talking about they real ends and stuff like that, and this is what they about and they live their life like that, and I'm like, no, you don't, because if you did, you basically wouldn't be on here televising it and telling people that you're really about that. Another thing is that your whole talking points, like the guy who he has on there all the time, he's in his 50s, right? And he's in his 50s giving this bad information to people about how they should behave. And, at one moment, he's telling them good things and positive things. And then, don't forget, I'm a murderer. I killed a guy. I was playing Call of Duty when I was 14 out here in the real streets. And it's like, how is that positive, or how is that pro-blackness? How does that coincide with what you were just talking about doing positive things? Like it can't exist at the same time like that. Not those kinds of extremes. So it's just chaos.
I think we lost Barry. Over there. I don't know if we lost Barry because he didn't want to be a part of this, or.
Oh yeah. We gonna be on the next sound.
Oh, he said he's gonna get some food. Okay. Thanks for joining, Barry. Okay. Let me go back. So, yeah. Uh-oh. Throw out the bat signal. Look who appears.
Well, I would like to say that DeFron Charlton's got blocked because he unblocking people that people block on his on their channel.
Wait,
now,
what happened?
In Stargate's case. So what happened was I was watching a live one time. I think it was 2 or 3 days ago while I was on base. So I'm talking to one of my guys who does my sound editing for my videos. While I'm talking to him, my YouTube was still up, like it normally is when I'm listening to you guys. I don't pay for the premium version, so my face screen is always on. So if I had the phone up to my ear, which I did at the time, I'm able to click things on accident without ever having even looked at it or having even seen it. And it was the same thing when Brown Sugar Baby blocked me out of a chat. She blocked me out of a chat and didn't even know it because she was driving at the time. And she's a moderator. So what happens is you're able to click things on the screen without even knowing about it. I wasn't even in that live actively.
She blocked me too. Was that by accident, Brown Sugar Baby? I don't know. I thought you just didn't like me because of binary. I ain't gonna lie.
No, she was driving that day. And as I said, when you have your screen on, you're able to still click buttons, accidents still happen and stuff like that. So when I got done talking to my sound editor, I come back to the video and then I'm seeing, okay, number one, not only was the wrench taken, I was like, oh, okay, wrench is taken, cool, whatever. But I'm reading the messages beforehand and people are like, oh, like Scarlett, for instance, number one instigator. Hey, why would he do that? She's up here pumping her up, saying all kinds of crazy shit. And then she listened to these people and went, yeah, that is weird. He's siding with Spottum. I didn't even know what the fuck y'all was talking about. I didn't know what the fuck was going on.
Defrauding, why did you go to binary? Why did you go to binary instead of just when I dropped the link? I asked you for an explanation, and you ran to binary.
Because I was on the phone. So when I'm on the phone and I switch
how did you go
YouTube
get
to
binary?
Instagram,
How did you go get binary? You on the phone?
Are you gonna let me explain?
Go ahead. Because we.
So there are a thing on the phone called apps. You go into these apps and they do not simultaneously work at the same time. If I switch from YouTube to Instagram, I am now on Instagram. I am no longer hearing what's happening on YouTube unless I pay the premium professional thing, which I do not.
Well, how did you
went on Instagram?
So you went on Instagram.
It is more professional.
Isn't it an app? Isn't that an app?
Right. That's not YouTube. Understand? It's not YouTube.
Okay, so even after all of that defrauding, how come you went around and said, "Oh, you binary? I wish I would have unblocked Spottum purposefully now."
Oh, that was because later on in the next live, he said you and him were having problems or something like that.
Yeah, so why would you? Here's the thing, defrauding. Here you are talking about other people, but then you doing fucked up shit behind the scenes too. So even if it was an accident, you could have instead of going to Instagram to go get binary, bitch ass, you could have got off the doggone, you could have got off the phone, you could have dialed up and because I dropped the link for an explanation. So you running the binary was a bitch ass move, and then you hold on, and then you instigating it further by saying, "Oh, you know what? I wish I would have just unblocked Spottum purposely." So here's the thing: you never came to me to solve it, and I offered you the opportunity to solve it, but you just this bitch ass. You just a bitch, same bitch that you talking about how Shakim is. You the same kind of bitch.
So I'm gonna have to ask you a quick question while you throwing out a word, bitch. Which one of us is going overseas in a minute and actually fighting for something?
Fuck you, defrauding. So hiding behind you. If you were so honorable, don't be throwing your military bullshit up in here. If you was really honorable, defrauding, you would have got off the fucking phone. You would have dialed. You would have clicked the link. You would have clicked the link. You would have clicked the link when I got on and explained yourself.
Hold up, y'all. Because I don't think either one of us can hear any of us. So it sounds like, and I don't even know this storyline, but it sounds like somebody was accidentally blocked. Is that true or
no? He unblocked Spottum, and then he said
on accident.
No. Here's the thing: why couldn't he Why couldn't he click the link and got off the fucking Instagram and dialed up? You could have did that just like you dialed up identity today. And then you're going around saying, "Oh, you know what, binary?" And then you're going around the binary and say, "You know what? I wish I would have did that shit on purpose." So you wasn't willing to solve anything. You out here being a messy ass bitch, hiding behind your hand. I don't care what you're doing in the military. You dishonorable on these motherfucking YouTube streets.
God darn. I have no idea of this narrative. I swear I don't. I can speak on Star, I did accidentally block some people in your chat, and I think I let you
and
know.
we resolved it.
Yeah.
Did you go around talking about? Did you go around talking about? I wish I would have blocked people purposely, just to fuck with Star. That's what defraud and charlatan is doing around here.
Was it trolling? I'm not saying that's an excuse, but what was that?
As I said, it was trolling. You know me. I always do trolling. So I was just trolling. It wasn't something that was serious. It wasn't harped on. It was one comment. Now, normally when I'm so serious and I'm really in a bag, how many comments do I put up? Several. Again and again and again. I only put up one comment. I was just a sideline joke. But this was
dialed in on Identity Show, and you could have dialed in on my show.
Wait, but Star, he loves me.
Identity Show, because look at your conversation versus Identity's conversation and what you're talking about, how you're approaching it. Do you think I'm gonna go back and forth with somebody on some foolishness in a negative way?
Because you're a bitch ass nigga. That's why you're not gonna go back, because you don't want to own up. You don't want to have accountability for anything. How dare you talk about Shakim with your bitch ass?
So you really think that I should sit here and just go back and forth with you,
Fuck you,
talking crazy and talking ignorant?
It sounds like
Guess what? Your dishonorable ass. Go ahead and fight for this fucking country if you want to, but know that you run around in these YouTube streets acting dishonorably. So you don't want to talk to me?
I don't know if it was. I don't know if it was as personal.
That you
it's
don't
not
have
personal
no right
at all on my end.
Talk about Shakim with your bitch ass.
Wait, but Star. It sounds like he's saying it wasn't personal.
No, he said, I'm not even going to go back and forth with you instead of apologizing for the bullshit he did.
Rewind back.
I gave him an opportunity to fix it. I gave him, and then when he started to say, you know what, I was just trolling. And now then he said, but I'm fixing to go fight for my country. He just said, you know what, Star, I'm sorry. But because he's around here instigating shit.
You are the one that's taking it that way.
No, defrauding, because I came here to clear it up with you. I dropped the line, but your bitch ass go run in the binary.
You didn't come here to clear up.
When you go run in the binary, you could have clicked the link. You could have clicked the link. You could have clicked the link. You could have clicked the link to explain yourself instead of running the binary like a bitch ass.
One at a time.
You could have clicked on the link like you did on Identity's link today, instead of running the binary.
I requested his presence on Instagram.
I requested his presence to explain why he disrespected my panel. But he said, fuck Star.
And
I wish I would have. He said, you know what he did, Identity? He said, fuck Star. I wish I would have did that shit on purpose. You know, when I gave him the opportunity, he going around, you know what? I did it by accident, but fuck her. Fuck it. That's what he did. That's what his bitch ass do. Instead of coming to me like a man and say, you know what, Star, I accidentally did that shit. But no, he gonna run off to go tell binary. And then he could have clicked the link like I asked him to.
I for some reason I'm hearing that it was not what it appears to be.
When I told him Identity, I gave him an opportunity to come on the panel. I dropped the link. I said, please explain yourself. Instead of doing that, Identity, he ran the binary to come and chastise me.
That's what I was trying to say. It sounds like he was not on the app. He said he wasn't on the app. He wasn't on the app. I don't.
But he could have got on the app just like he did with you today. Couldn't he have?
I would say that's different because I don't know what he was doing that day. I don't know. What I'm saying is this was planned.
He's making excuses.
This was planned. No, but even if it is an excuse, I honestly, even if it is an excuse, I can't tell you what the truth is. Only he can do that.
No, because he's hiding behind his fuck shit. Because Identity, as soon as people know with his bitch ass instigating, talking about, oh, I see Stargate blocked you. I was like, yeah, I could have solved this. I could have solved this shit. I could have solved this shit, but fuck, you was like, I did it by accident, but fuck it. So my whole thing is he had an opportunity to fix it, but he said, fuck it. That's what the fraud and charlatan bitch ass said, Identity, to Nova bitch ass.
Wait, Nova Real Show?
Yes.
Damn, he on some fuck shit too?
Yes, he is.
I like that guy. Darn it.
Nova bitch ass punk, just like the fraud and charlatan is.
Star, I don't have defrauding's name on my list, so I have no comments about.
No. Like I said, you can. No, I'm not here.
Streets.
Like I said, I'm not here to tell you what your relationship
I got you.
with defrauding. But I wanted everybody to know how defrauding charlatans are over here criticizing other people when he's over here, just acting like a bitch on these YouTube streets too. He ain't got no right to talk about nobody.
I find it really interesting how your energy even comes off. The way you're even talking, what you're saying, versus how I'm handling
bitch ass attitude talking about fuck Star. That's where the energy is coming from. That's what, and I hate fucking hypocrites. I thought you was cool as fuck, but you ain't. You bitch ass. You a bitch. You a worse bitch than Shaquem because you're going around here pretending like you're a cool ass dude, and you not.
If you want to talk about a hypocrite, get the fuck out of here with that.
I'm not a fucking hypocrite. I'm not
a hypocrite every day. Yo, goddamn.
Welcome to the Umar Johnson sector.
Now I'm a hypocrite, but your bitch ass ran a binary to go get your bitch ass unblocked, didn't you?
And I told you exactly why. I like to handle things behind the scenes.
What did you say to Nova? What did you say to Nova? No. He's sitting up here acting like he's doing a cool thing, but he sat up there and said, Nova, fuck Star, fuck it.
Yeah,
and then he telling other people, I wish I would have unblocked Spot him purposefully. What kind of bullshit is that?
And you took that shit so seriously and so to heart.
Well, why you over here criticizing other? Why you on these YouTube streets criticizing other people? You ain't got no business.
Wait. Because I'll tell you why, Star. Because I did create that narrative from the start of this live. I said this live will be direct. This live will be specific. So I'm calling names of how I see it. I'm calling scenarios of how I see it. I'm probably going to ruffle some feathers. So this is that live. I have not done that since I've been on these YouTube streets, so to speak. But I have been setting that up as if there's something that needs to be discussed, let's discuss it. And I have a list of them that I've been sitting on. I just didn't have enough information to really put it out there until now. So that's why we're in this mode. So anything we're talking about, Shaquem, put that on identity. I don't care. That was definitely something that I was expressing. Have you been listening since we started this, or I don't know where you came in, Star?
I came in and when I started listening, I heard everything y'all talked about when y'all was talking about Shaquem. That's when I came in on the situation. But the fraudins bitch ass running around here doing the fuck shit, trying to discredit me and don't give a shit about how people view me or anything like that. He's in the fuck shit too. So he have no right to sit up here and talk about Shaquem.
And what I'm saying is, you sound so foolish right now. Like, really, this is something
you a fucking hypocrite, bitch ass. You a bitch ass punk. So defrauding charges, whatever you say to me, defrauding charges, it ain't got shit to do with your integrity. And even just like bitch, you a bitch. You such a bitch. Even though you fighting for a country, you still a bitch ass nigga.
And you're such a low-class individual, absolutely. Like something about you, I don't even understand.
That's why you a bitch, because you know what? When I gave you an opportunity to explain yourself today, all you kept doing was saying, "Well, it was an accident," but you ain't say all that fuck shit when you said, "You know what? I didn't." And guess what? I was around here instigating shit about Star 2. Why you such an integral motherfucker? Why you didn't bring that shit up? Huh?
You know why? Because it was a minuscule incident that was handled discreetly.
If it was minuscule,
can we give
being a hypocrite?
Hold up. Can we give defrauding like 20 seconds to get
most of the time
it's hard to hear
it. What do you hear people say, like keeping it plain? Oh, you could have came to me behind the scenes and we could have talked about this. So therefore, I handled it that way because it is way more classy, looks way better, is way cleaner, especially when we are all associates and we all associate with one another. It is so much more cleaner to do it that way than to express it out on a public forum in such an ignorant manner like what you came up here and did today. And that's all I have to say.
So it's classy to talk shit behind the scenes, but you instigating shit about my motherfucking name, defrauding charlatan.
Did I talk shit about you? What I said
was you talking shit, so you ain't classy. You a bitch ass nigga. You ain't classy talking about, I wish we should have did this all classy behind the scenes, but you running around here on these YouTube streets openly being a bitch about me. Openly. You a fuck nigga. That's what you are.
Because I had a comment one comment.
No, nigga, it was 2 comments. I wish I would have unblocked. You said you wish you would have unblocked Spotting purposely, and then you said fuck Star. You said fuck it. It was an accident, but fuck her. That's classy. That's classy, nigga. That's classy.
About you
that's
out here
classy,
on
nigga. Nigga, is that classy? Nigga, is that classy?
Star, you gotta let him answer, Star. You gotta let him answer.
Get out of here with that. You got a guy that's got a whole.
You get out of here.
And
you get out of here with your hypocritical nigga bitch ass punk.
Well, damn.
Every single chance you get, and then you come up here with this fake ass problem, talking some bullshit when there's somebody that has
no, because you're a bitch. You full of shit.
So
you full of shit. You ain't got the right to talk about Shakim. You don't have the right to talk about Shakim.
And I do not want to.
You don't have the right to talk about Shakim. You a bitch ass nigga. You a dishonorable motherfucker.
You are very low level. Like seriously.
Oh, so it was high level when you were saying fuck
you. You
stuff.
are as minuscule as the problem you can.
Oh, is it high? So is it high level when you said fuck Star? Was that shit high? Was you going high when you said fuck Star? Was it high? Was it when you going high when you said fuck Star? Was that some classy high shit?
Star, hold up. What I'm hearing is something happened, something was said, and he says it's trolling. Obviously, you don't buy that. But
I gave him an opportunity identity to fix it right now. But then
it sounds like he's saying
he negated the fact that he was being a messy ass bitch on these YouTube streets, saying fuck Star. And then he's running a binary to fix his problems.
So at the same time, you did call him a bitch like about 37. I'm counting 38 times or something like that. But I don't know if that sufficed. But you definitely got your words in on that one, right? So, but it does sound like he's saying it wasn't what you think it was.
And you went up here.
He's not gonna sit up here and say I'm low level. He's not gonna sit up here and say I'm low. He's not gonna call me low level when I gave him the opportunity to clear that shit up. That's classy as fuck. But then you want to talk about we could have did that shit behind the scenes, but you openly disrespecting me, openly defrauding.
By saying I should have unblocked him? Are you crazy? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, I want you to really sit here and think about your logic and try to figure out
what illogical. I gave you the opportunity.
What went wrong with you?
You could have clicked on the link and explained yourself, just like you clicked on the link with identity. He gave an excuse to you, identity.
I wouldn't say it's the same thing as clicking on my link because he knew this was coming. So I wouldn't say it's the same thing.
Why I know, but he knows how to click on
links. It sounds like he's saying he wasn't on the app. That's what it sounds like.
But he was on the Instagram app though. Identity, that's bullshit. Bullshit.
I can't be on Instagram and YouTube at the same time either. I know that pain.
He could have got off StreamYard. He could have got off StreamYard and clicked on the link and then clicked off YouTube.
How would he know to do all of that?
Like he did today, identity. Like
how would he know to do that? How would he know to do that? That's what I'm asking. How would he know to do that?
That's what identity. I came here today to get an understanding, but he started making excuses and lying.
Well, I don't know if it's an excuse or not. That's the part I can't stand on. I don't know if it's an excuse or not, but that's his truth. I can't challenge that.
No, his truth is to just not take accountability and call me low level, but he out here talking about. Then he said, "Well, we could have handled this behind the scenes," but he openly disrespect me with Nova and then with Spottum. I wish I would have blocked Star Purpose. I wish I would have unblocked Spottum purposely. What is that? What kind of? That's not a troll move. We
definitely gonna have to table this. We're gonna have to table this because I really had a hard stop and I'm trying to squeeze what I got in. Stay on if you want to.
I'm just saying. Star. To you, I'm just saying. Identity. Does that sound like how hard I come with trolling on a norm?
That's not trolling. That's disrespectful. He's being disrespectful.
That you even have that reaction. I can't tell you how to react, but I'm gonna tell you right now. That is crazy. You look crazy.
No, like, you a bitch ass nigga.
I didn't call you no bitch. I didn't call you
You
no
a
hoe.
bitch
I
ass.
said I wish I had a.
You don't have the right to call me a bitch because I
let's be
came
fair.
to you.
Let's be fair. He
on
cannot
some
call
grown
you that
shit
either.
to
Like
get
it's
this,
like,
but here you are steady lying, talking about, well, I couldn't click on this and I couldn't click
I
on
haven't
that.
lied about a thing I said up here today. I haven't. I really haven't. I even came clean when you asked me
But then
how
you
it
called
went
me
down.
low
I
level,
told
but you
the truth.
disrespecting me on the YouTube streets with everybody that have like this beef with me. How classy is that? How classy is that, defrauding?
it sounds like he's saying you're taking it wrong, and that's not what he meant. And I'm not sticking up for him, but that's what I'm hearing.
No,
I'm hearing him say that it's not what you think it was.
Identity. If he had the ability to go to binary and on Instagram to to unblock himself, he had the ability to click on the link and when I dropped it. So that's a fucking excuse and that's a lie. It's a lie, defrauding charlatans. You're lying. So if you could click on Instagram, you can click off YouTube, click the link. You can click off StreamYard, get on YouTube, click the link, click off YouTube, and get on StreamYard, and you could have did all that, but you didn't want to.
You know what's funny? The whole chat doesn't even agree with you. As you sit here and you read through this is the same woman that's friends with D. Darrell and Ghost. Like, are you kidding me? And you're having this particular discussion with me.
You friends with binary. So the fuck what? You friends with binary, and you not only did you pape with binary to go against me. So like I said, you don't have the right to talk about D. Darrell or Ghost. You don't have the right to talk about D. Darrell or Ghost.
We're gonna table this. We're going to table this.
Fuck, I can talk about. Like
I
said, you a bitch ass nigga. You a bitch ass nigga, and I'ma talk about the bitch ass nigga way.
Yo. Hold up. Let's bring it down.
You don't have the right to talk about Shaquille Darrell or Ghost.
This is crazy. We're gonna table this.
For that goddamn
well then be a man about your shit. Say all you had to do was say, you know what, Star? You know what, Star? I was on some fuck shit, and that's the way it is. But you ain't no man about yours. You want to talk about how D. Darrell is and how Ghost is and how Shaquille is.
Star, hold up, because I'm taking shots too.
I'm taking shots too. Shut him up.
Yo. All right, wait.
Shut him up, and I would shut up.
All right, we're good. We both shut up. All of us shut up. Damn. Table this one, because this has more energy than what I had. Damn. I don't even know where to start now. Where the hell was I at? Welcome back to the show. This is Wanted, episode 11. Where the hell did we leave off? Oh, shock him. I guess that's where we left off, right? I think I read him. He knows my beef with him. Well, not beef, but my issues with how he moves. So I think we started on Smoke. Didn't we do Smoke? Did you hear that one, Star? I think you heard that one if you were there for Shakim.
Yeah, I heard y'all talking about Smoke.
Okay. All right. So in continuation with that whole Smoke thing, I'm going to start here. We should feel disgusted that Smoke ran off somebody like Skulldrag, right?
Yeah.
Because we know how that narrative fell out. Let's be honest. Skulldrag was aligning herself with the likes of Honeybee and Carla Martin. Let's be clear. She was definitely moving in that circle of, wisdom and trying to, say certain things to help a certain thing, and got pulled into the effery. I know how it feels. Have you any idea how much we could have learned from her? She should have been protected as a true elder within the sector, but she wasn't. So that's one of my major gripes I have with everything that Smoke's doing right now, or at least what he did and never reconciled. I know they had back and forths. I know, there was some slander back and forth between. I know when somebody attacks you, you come back, and I see that. But understand, I feel like we lost a good one as far as a whole for the sector as a whole. I feel like we lost a voice. I don't think she's ever coming back. So that just means there's more work for Honeybee to do and maybe Carla Martin to do. It is what it is. So I also wanted to talk about that live. Did you hear that? Did you guys hear that live that Smoke and Grown Man did talking about D. Darrell?
No.
Oh, you haven't heard that? Did you hear that, Defrauding?
Hey, Identity, I'm gonna level with you. Right now, I'm kind of like facing one of the hardest challenges I will ever face in my life for the next couple months. And I'm kind of really pissed and really heated right now. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a step back for a minute so I can cool down, and then I'll jump back on once I get my composure back.
Got you.
Because it's a lot of shit going on right now. Okay.
I got you. Got you. Do your thing. Do your thing. All right. So yeah, Star. This is the live that I guess I just was avoiding doing for a while. So I'm just opening up my Pandora's box right now. Just what's on my mind. So on that live with Smoke and Grown Man,
right,
there was discussions of Grown Man being upset with Darrell's movements as a professional. I've already touched that on maybe.
I'm upset with some of Grown Man's movements. I'm upset with some of Grown Man's movements.
Okay, hold on. You get, because this will be an open panel. I'm just shooting from my notes right now because I wrote these down. I don't want to lose track on them. So in that conversation, I noticed one thing that I don't think a lot of people picked up on. Smoke did not attack Darrell when Grown Man was going in on him, right? Well,
right.
Maybe you didn't see it, but I did. Someone flagged me and said, "Yo, Smoke's doing different things now. Smoke's doing different things now. You know, you might want to check him out." I go back because I honestly don't listen to him anymore. I'll be honest. And then when I went back, that was the live I saw, and I saw a Grown Man going in on Darrell. I ain't mad at that because I had the same feelings he had or has about just being the professional on these YouTube streets. And Darrell can come holler at me about that. That's fine. We can discuss that. What I noticed was Smoke was not commenting, not one bit, on attacking Darrell. He did not comment when Grown Man was talking about his music. He did not comment when Grown Man was talking about his profession. He stood down. All he did was sit in the back. Yeah, wow. Reprobates out there who seem to hate identity for doing the same damn thing when Binary and Smoke, and including Star, had their issues together. Right. I stood down, and people on that side hated me for that shit.
Right.
Hated me. I'm a bitch ass, I'm a this, I'm a that, because you didn't defend and da. You just saw your Thanos do the same thing.
Right. And there's no words for him.
This is what I'm saying as far as this selective support. Like, first off, you really don't have a beef with me. I stood down because it was two grown men going back and forth. I was good with both of them. I have nothing negative to say. Now, I'm not saying what Smoke did was wrong, because Darrell supposedly is his man now. That's his man now, right? That's his homie. They good, they rock, whatever. That's his homie. I stood down the same way he did. But yet, I get criticized and ridiculed and talked about, blocked. You ain't shit, soft ass. Really? That's what I'm getting because I'm standing two men going at it and I'm just standing down because I have nothing negative to say about either one of them. He did the same shit, people, as he would call you niggas. I'm not calling you that. He would, but I'm not. It's the same approach. So before you start challenging me on what I'm doing and what my motives are, I think I'm clear with my motives. I've been the same since I started this shit. I haven't changed. But understand, you witnessed the exact same scenario, but with different players. So does this mean you should hate Smoke now? I'm not saying you should. I'm saying reevaluate yourself because you were never mad at me. You were mad at me because of support for someone else. All right, fine. If that's the way you rock it, hey, that's fine too. But understand what you just witnessed. I don't have a problem with Grown Man going at Darrell for how he did it. We have a different way of saying things, but I think we had the same narrative. We had the same thread in our narrative that this is not how a professional should operate on these streets. I'm not mad at that part. It was the part that was very subtle. Go back to that live. Smoke said nothing. So if you want to criticize somebody for doing the exact same thing, I expect you to have the same reaction. But apparently, it doesn't work that way.
Right.
I'm going to use the term as binary reprobates.
Right.
That defines it as best as I can come up with it.
Right.
So that's all I got to say about that whole grown man discussion with Smoke.
But Theo had an interesting point, basically saying he didn't run Skulldrak off. Smoke didn't run Skulldrak off. She was just tired of the fuckery and no progress. She was dropping free game for everyone, and only few took advantage. So I guess she felt like she was unappreciated.
Well, understand, she was attacked heavily, and she was throwing her own jabs back. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sit here and act like she wasn't. She was holding her own.
She was defending herself.
Yeah, she was holding her own, and all that back and forth. I know it was grown man's wife that she was really going back and forth about. I know that part of it. I don't know all of it, but I do know that was pretty heavy on her channel for a minute. But I know the last time she was on that channel was when things spiked, because she was invited over to that channel for a little while.
Right.
And then it all fell apart. And next thing you know, she's putting out lives talking about, how women should move on the streets and this and that. My point is, those are the ones, if we are talking about moving forward as a people on YouTube, off YouTube, this, that, we need to recognize the ones that are actually here to try to support or help. And those are the ones we need to protect. Right. I'm not saying protect every black person, because every black person doesn't need to be protected. I don't give a shit about that whole R. Kelly stuff. Just because he's a black man, I'm not supporting him. That's just not how I rock.
No, I definitely went on her panel, basically supporting her and said, I welcomed her.
Yes.
Her, her stilo in the sector. It was definitely needed, but listen, there's a lot of fuckery. A lot of people can't, they don't know what to do with it. They don't know how to process it.
Block that. If he didn't take that live down, go back and check out that last live she was up there. He had a few choice words for her too. So this is what I'm saying.
You talking about a live that Smoke did?
She was going up on his channel for a minute.
Are you like recently?
No. Before she left.
Okay. Right before she left. Right before the conscious energy debate.
Yeah, right around that time.
See, I didn't know she was still in communication with Smoke. I didn't even know I thought she was done with Smoke after, he had interrupted, her and Miss Smoke came on the panel. I remember that one time that she went over there to try to hash it out, and then it was good for a day, but then the very next day, it all changed because it was like, I had to cook you some. I'm sorry. Hold on, Danny. I gotta talk to Protostar right now.
Yeah. So to my understanding, there were a lot of words back and forth between,
I'm sorry, Protostar fussing at me.
and just that side. I'm gonna call it that side because it's his channel, right?
Right.
Hey, you want to claim Thanos? You take the good with the bad. That's how it's gonna be. I'm gonna say that it happened to me as well. I didn't go over there with no, malice or ill will towards anybody, but I got attacked when I didn't even know who the hell was attacking me. So
right.
you can't put it on the chat and say, hey, I can't control what the chat does. Yeah, you can to some degree. You can. Now, if it's your mods that's doing it, you might have to talk to them. And if you don't, that means you are in agreement with the way that they're moving. So you can't just put it on the mods and say that had nothing to do with me. That had everything to do with you.
Right.
So you can't walk away when the heat goes up. I'm saying somebody like Skulldrag should have been much more protected if we are talking about protecting our black people or our community. And that was her whole narrative. She called her people community, right? Like that was her whole narrative. That's the one we run off.
Right, exactly.
So this is why I'm going back to the idea of what the hell are we doing as a sector? What is the direction here? Do we chop off heads regardless? Or do we check the ones that need to be checked?
Right. Here's the thing. You try to check them, right? And then but they don't want to be it's like you were saying, when you were talking to Shakim, he didn't want to be checked. He wasn't ready to be checked. But then, like at the same time, I was hearing what you said. Keeping the plane said to him, there was no reason to go at war with Lenin. You know, so keeping the plane was doing a lot of like basically covering Shakim at the same time. So like, of course, yeah, I definitely agree. You know, pull Shakim to the side and talk, and you know, talk to him. Try to encourage him not to do some of the things. So.
Yeah.
But like, I'm not gonna let people on here, you know, say things. You know, they've done other things like that. There's no and recently done things. So
I like I said, this is an older narrative because, you know, I sat on a lot of this. I sat on a lot of this because I didn't know. You know me, Star. Sometimes I'm coming in, I'm 3 weeks late. I don't know who said what 3-4 weeks ago. I don't know. Catch me up on it because I don't know. So this is probably why the narrative on this is relatively old. I'm not rehashing. Right. I'm saying the point that this is not supposed to be a thing where people applaud.
Right.
This is not supposed to be that. If the purpose is to grow as a unit, if that's the purpose. Now, if it's not the purpose, tell me, because I'm sick of hearing this support black, support black, support black. But then you come and where's the support? I mean, you know, like I don't see it as much as I should. I would love to see more. Stick around, Mrs. VSN.
You need to block that Lydia chick.
Shit. Shit. Do you have a wrench, don't you?
I don't have a wrench.
I thought you did. Oh, damn. All right. Can you handle it, Mrs. VSN?
Yeah, handle that. Handle it.
I think she has the yeah, she has it. Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm reading from my notes, so I'm not really watching the chat much. So I'm gonna move on to the next. I think I'm up to like 5 now.
Right.
Al Lanier. I am going to speak on this guy. He's made his rounds in the sector.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do have one. I'm sorry.
Star, get on the job, Star.
I apologize. Anyway. I actually like hovered over it. It wouldn't let me. I don't know. It's weird. See, I can see what's going on in YouTube, but I can't do it in, because you're supposed to block people from StreamYard, right?
Yeah.
It won't let me block nobody.
No. I think you got to go to the web page. I don't know. I never blocked anybody, to be honest.
Right. If you want them, you can. If you think they're still good, but I didn't think you would want. I'm sorry. Let me mute myself. Me and Proto start having a conversation.
All right. So I'll go in. Like I said, the next one is Al Lanier. He's made his rounds on the sector. Most people speak of his arrogance when jumping on panels, but from what I gather, he hides his pompous babble behind the honest moniker. He always says, "Oh, I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest."
Okay, I'm back.
And I disagree with that. I do disagree with it. But he's so self-absorbed, he's blinded by his arrogance just to be right. In the real life, I probably wouldn't associate myself with him because he has nothing to offer me other than more convos about his accomplishments.
I would like. I'm sorry. Finish your conversation.
And I will bring up Star's last live. Like I said before, that was a fun live. I was really trolling the hell out of Al. I know he's listening. I was trolling the hell out of Al, and Rodney was getting him in the chat. Go back. I don't know the name of that.
But he hasn't been on tonight at all?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I think he unsubbed for me from that last time he left his mic open and disrespected me.
That mic. I just wanted to put that out there. Like, when I confronted Al about him, you know, calling me a manipulator, like I'm a female, like I let the man simp for me and all of this stuff. I confronted him. He said, "Stargate, I'm sorry." So here's the thing. I think it depends on, like, if you step up to him and you have you gotta let him cool off, because definitely there was a timeout with me and Al, right? But when I confronted him on it, he said, "Stargate, I'm sorry. I should have used better words." So I think he's capable of because listen, I've never heard him apologize to anybody ever.
No, and he won't.
And so
when he hides behind the idea of him being, he's just being honest. I'm just being honest. But that doesn't mean you can't be respectful. And
Right,
I think
right.
the problem is he doesn't receive well. He
Exactly.
doesn't receive well. Like
Exactly.
even when we were playing around, just trying to tell him, hey, look, this is how, if you want a little lady to,
Yeah. He was getting irritated.
Yeah, he was getting irritated. Like, that's not how I do it, and it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It's like, well, tell me your number then. Well, I wouldn't tell you that. I'm like, well, then your number's 0 then. So how are you going to tell me what works if your number's 0?
Right,
that doesn't make sense. But he doesn't receive. He gives.
Right.
And he got irritated when I kept cutting him off. And you remember that. He got irritated when I kept cutting him, and he said, I can't speak. And I'm like, yeah, how does it feel though? Like that. This is how people feel when you get on panels.
Right.
You overtalk, you want to get your point out, but you don't want to receive anything.
Right.
And it goes along the lines of saying what he said when his mic was open, thought I wasn't going to hear it, that he didn't agree with the theme or the flow of my show.
Right.
Ain't that a bitch? But I mean, if you don't like it, that's fine, but it's still my show. I'm going to run it the way I want to. You can have your opinion. I thought I leave it. I thought that's the theme of the show is I leave your opinions open. Say what you got to say. I'm good. I got thick skin, and this is YouTube. I'm not going to take it personal where I'm sleeping and I'm crying because somebody hurt my feelings.
Right.
So, hey, if you don't like what I'm doing, tell me. I drop the link every 5-10 minutes, whatever else. I don't care who comes up and tells me, if they disagree with me. Hell, I drop it again. Anybody want to disagree with me? That's fine too. Right. I'm okay with it. But my point to him was, this is how you come off on panels, man. This is how you say things. You say it, and someone tries to say something, you overtalk them. And then when it happened to him, I specifically did that. Right. I was trying to be like really like an irritant. I was really trying to get at him, and it worked.
Right.
Because he said, stop. Can you stop doing that? And it's like, yeah, exactly. Hopefully this is a lesson learned.
Right.
So again, I don't hate Al. I don't hate him. This is just me shooting from the roof.
Right.
Like, this is what I'm seeing.
Right. But here's the thing about Al, like no matter how hard, we are on him, he'll stick around, he'll come back, he'll stand. Like, he's not bothered by people's opinions of him. But I definitely do believe in the fact that we do need to hold him accountable for his, his smugness and his arrogance. And I've, like I said, so it was surprising to me when Bottom kept saying, oh, I'm not going to let y'all kiss each other's asses. And I said, can you just let us have this conversation? And then I said, whatever opinion you have, then you can shoot for it. And then, but Spottom's whole thing, and then Al said, I'm not going to talk to a guy who wished death upon me. And I said, you did that, Spottom? And he was like, yeah, I can wish death upon anybody. And that's why it took me back to that other situation that, we're not going to bring up. But the other time where he made fun of somebody's, he it was just like the death thing. He's making fun of people's death or making light of it. So it's like, so it took me right back, and I was like, yo, I helped you with that situation. So like, why, and so like the last thing I need you to do right now, Spottom, is be childish.
Wait, are we talking about Spottom or are we talking about Al?
No, I'm talking about Spottom, because me and Al was having a conversation, and Al said, I'm not talking to a guy who wished death upon me. And then I said, did you do that, Spottom? He said, yeah, I can wish death upon anybody who I want. I was like, but I said, can you not? I said, why don't you just take it back? I said, because that's not cool, And then I asked Binary, I said, is that cool? Are we doing that now? He said, no, it's not cool. So Spottom was like, wasn't like apologetic about it. And then that's what I started saying, you just dark. Like, why would you even go there just because you're irritated with him or his, his article? I said, you there irritated with his articles where you wishing death upon him? So like, and then, Spot was like, well, y'all kissing each other's asses. And I was like, can we at least finish a conversation? Right. So it's like things like that, like we're trying to check out, but if we do worse things, then I guess we're trying to negate the fact that, we have to check him. But then if we're doing worse things because we can't, then our, whatever we do to Al, it's like it cancels out. Like, we can't do worse things than Al just because he irritates us.
Well, speaking of binary.
Yeah, speaking of.
Binary made my list.
Yeah.
As well as you, Star. You're on my list.
What is the list? What is this list?
So my list is this is me opening up about the sector.
Oh, okay.
This is me opening up about the sector. So
well,
I did my Darrell, I did my Shakim, I did my Flacco, I did my Smoke. I did my Al. Okay. Next on the list. Hey, Hilda, DC, you might not even know what I'm talking about here. This is all Umar sector stuff. So stick around if you want. Actually, Star, give me a minute. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Sure. So listen, I appreciate Speakeasy, are you still here? I appreciate you. Drama, I appreciate you. Sparkle, I understand, so I don't have no issues with you. Rodney, what's up, bro? Who else? Teresa, yeah, I get it. I appreciate you for being here. Like, we can agree to disagree. Let's see, Theo, what's up? How are you doing? And Vesper? I don't know what. Well, anybody else, like, while Identity is gone, anybody have any questions? Miss VSN, I'm sorry, I forgot about you. What's up, Miss VSN? I guess we still cool. I don't know. Maybe we not. I gotta check. I don't be knowing when people cancel me or not. So, but I definitely just well, let me just say, while we're waiting on Binary to come back, not Binary, while we wait on Identity to come back, my issues with Binary, I was listening to because somebody Identity actually said, listen, Honeybee want to talk to you. And I said, oh, okay. And then she on Binary Live, and I either got the message late or I don't know if Identity was on a delay. Yo, when you asked me to go talk to Honeybee, did I get the message late or were you on a delay?
No, that was email when it was happening, but they ended the live almost like really quick after that.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was just letting you know I definitely wouldn't run from Honeybee. So if Honeybee.
Did you go back and listen to that? What she had to say?
I did because you told me to listen to it.
Yeah.
And I was shocked because I feel like not Identity. I feel like Binary is like trying to create a narrative like I don't appreciate him. And he actually, listen, I didn't quit first. He fired me, but my whole, joke was, well, he fired me. I was like, no, they gotta quit, so because he hung up the, like I said, he hung up the phone. We know what that means. He basically, ended the live without talking to me. So I say he fired me.
Wait, is this the live that you just stopped talking?
I stopped. Yeah, because I told him whatever.
How you gonna complain about him hanging the line up and you stopped talking?
No, because I said let's change the subject or we can end the live. And then because he said he wanted to keep talking about it, and I said I guess we just got to agree to disagree. We're not gonna agree on this, and he was like that was not good enough for him.
You guys will be good. You guys will be good.
I mean, if Binary doesn't apologize to me, we're not going to be good. We're not.
We'll agree to disagree. See how that was then. Now, how does that feel? How does that make you feel when I say that stuff?
That we agree to disagree. I think it's funny. I think it's funny.
Okay. So speaking of hey Germ, what's up, Germ?
What's up, 6 feet? How you doing? And Germ, Germ, how you doing, Germ? Are we good, Germ? I don't know. I gotta ask everybody because apparently people be, canceling me, and I don't even realize it. And that's what, that was my issue with defrauding. If you're gonna cancel me, at least be man enough. Tell me.
I don't know. Honestly, though, I've seen him troll. I've seen him take shots. I've seen him do that. Now, out of context, it'll look harsh. I ain't gonna lie. If I see it out of context, it'll look harsh. But that's why I always stress context. Is it happening at the time of a roast or a jab or like the trolling thing? Trust me, I learned a lot from Binary, just how he moves. I never trolled.
I would not have known had you not told me to go back and look at it. And I went back and I'm looking at people in chat and I'm seeing, Nova and them. Nova and
we got
him.
defrauding in the back. We're not rehashing that. We're going to talk about that later.
Okay.
I just want to get through the main show here. So it's
Sure.
all kumbaya love, even though we hate each other. That's all good though. You know
It's
what I mean?
all
That's what
good.
we do over here.
Yeah, we can move. Yeah.
What's good, defrauding?
Yo, what up? I went ahead and finished what I had to finish.
Okay. Did you were you listening?
No, I was inside of the store shopping for my wife.
Okay. So I covered Al.
We were talking about a list.
Yeah, he knows the list. I've been telling him for like 2 hours about this damn list. You already heard the smoke.
You
stuff.
said I'm on the list, and we were talking
so
about.
I'm at binary now. Binary's on my list. He's on my list. All right, so. And I'm going to read it. So this is not me like just thinking off the head, like this is just reading it. Binary is a mixed breed, but in more levels than you think. That was a shot. That was actually, he can laugh at that. He'll probably laugh at that. He's a troll god and can stir up attention at will. And sometimes he takes things too far to where he can no longer safely return.
Right.
The good news is his congregation cares enough about him to put him in his place.
Right.
The great thing is he's humble enough to take lashes and regroup. We've seen that happen.
And Honeybee has to participate in the lashing though, because if Honeybee don't show up, he's just gonna run amok.
Which is why I said, he has people around him. That's
right.
And I reference mixed breed because he wants to do right, but his addiction to YouTube overrides his judgment. Yeah.
He's addicted to the fuckery.
He admitted it. He has a problem.
And I saw when he had said, "Well, Honeybee, I have a problem with you exposing me." So, like I don't know, but is he going to admit that he was wrong though? I don't.
Hey, look, we shall see. Like I said, I feel like it's like part of him. He knows a way that he should be moving.
Right.
And when he gets wrapped up in a lot of this stuff, there's no turning back, so to speak, until you get that wake-up call. Not just Honeybee, but just AAS and all that stuff. The way it bubbled up to what it became is like, shit. Like, how do you back out of this? The only way is to just, I'm not saying concede, but like you better figure something out because obviously she's not going to let up. Like, like, what are you going to do? Like, what, not to her, but just how are you going to handle this? So, I have heard him say, like, I'm standing down, and it could be trolling. It probably is, but either way, that's actually a good thing to have to be able to humble yourself because I don't see a lot of that around when people F up. Just, hey, look, we're human. We do things. We evolve. I did some goofy shit too. I ain't gonna lie, but I had to grow from that. So I'm good where I am. So last piece to Binary. When Honeybee leaves YouTube, I think Binary should put his resignation papers in the YouTube boss. I'm just saying. Because he ain't going to have that level anymore. When Honeybee is done with YouTube, dude, you might as well retire, man. Because that safety net is gone. And anything else on Honeybee? I know your feelings, Star. I already know your feelings.
Yeah, I love Honeybee. I love her. But I just
I'm sorry. Binary. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Like I said, I don't like, well, what I have to say is that I don't appreciate him doing the live because Honeybee was saying, well, the live you did that morning and somebody else told me about, and I said, no, I'm not even going to listen to it. I'm just going to move on. And then you come along and I was like, well, shit, what? I can't ignore Honeybee, No. And when Honeybee said, when you said that thing about starting, when you did that live that morning, I was like, oh shit, that's the live that, somebody else told me about. And then so I had to go back so it was like he was trying to manipulate the audience against me. And there were some people who jumped on board with that. And so
stick around, Honeybee.
Yeah. Hey, Honeybee. So I'm here. I heard you was looking for me, Honeybee, honey.
I'm
here, Honeybee. So like when I was
with Binary the long way. So it's kind of like I feel like with Binary, he's hard to judge sometimes and hard to gauge because sometimes he's trolling, sometimes he's not.
Yeah.
But a lot of the times he's trolling. A lot of the times, like almost 90, I want to say 97% of the time he's trolling. And there's always a plan behind it. He's always trying to spice the sector back up. If you notice, when binary code came back into the space, he reanimated everything. Things were really quiet. It was moving really slow. Binary code came out of nowhere and he put life back in the sector. And this is gonna sound like I'm caving for him hard, but look, man, there was a time where I was telling him on, in the backgrounds, I was like, damn, this is the binary code sector now, because like all of a sudden he was the main topic. Everybody was talking about binary code. Everybody was trying to figure out where he was going, what he was doing with all of this. He really spiced things back up when shit was really dead. And I thought to myself, like, that was genius. That took a level of genius and ingenuity that we don't see a lot of. And it was always something missing in the sector since he's been gone doing his dissertation. It was something missing. It was like a spark was missing. As soon as he came back, boom, you're like, that's what was missing.
Yeah, it's like sometimes I have to like take a step back and wonder, like, this is trolling. I know it is, but damn, it's selling hard though. Like, you know what I mean? Like I sometimes have to check with him in the back. Like, this is trolling, right? Like this is almost real sometimes. Almost real sometimes. You know,
that guy could be an actor, I swear. He really
but
could.
Yeah, but again, he can. The downside to that is he can definitely take it too far. Where it's like, dude, there's no coming back from this. You just gotta take these lashes on me. Like you took this one a little too far, and then boom. You got what's her name? You got Nikki popping up on your panels, and it's like, I'm not saying like she like I if it were me, I would have probably handled something like that in the background, but that's just me. She felt like she had to get it off her chest. She got it off her chest, and we see what happened. But it shook him. It shook him. Like, God damn.
I did talk to him about the division with the women. I was like, hey man. I was like, I don't think that that's the best move. I do feel like the women are the biggest support factor of the sector. And I think that you should really, like, take word of what they're saying and stuff like that, because they're telling you how they feel and how you are making them feel with the direction that you're going. And I understand he won't be controlled and told what to do by anybody. He's going to do what he want to do and how he wants to do it. And he's not going to cater to certain things. I understand that. But at the same time, I also understand where the women of the sector is coming from. So it was kind of like, that's why I chose to like really stay out of that and not really engage on none of that, because a lot of the people that people were having problems with, I really like. I like Dr. Nikki Proctor Walden a lot. So I was like,
I apologize. I said Nikki. It's Dr. Nikki Proctor Walden. I apologize.
I like her a lot.
No,
so
I'm saying that because it's, hey, look, if you earn the title, look, if I earn the title, you're gonna call me Dr. Identity. I'm telling you right now. It is what it is. So yeah, I apologize for not saying doctor. It is a level of disrespect unless she doesn't want to be called doctor. But go ahead.
But yeah, like I really I didn't really talk to her behind the scenes before until just very recently. But it was also because this was one of the people that was behind the scenes every now and again, and they was telling me to push forward and continue to write, continue to put stuff out there. And that positive support and that reinforcement really means a lot. And she doesn't just do this for me. She does this for other men in the sector too. And she does this for other content creators as well, from what I understand and what I've seen. So I was like, as far as her actions go, I really like Dr. Nikki Proctor Walden. Like what she does in the foreground as a character when she's like doing her thing to make YouTube interesting, that's completely separate from the actions that she exudes in her professionalism outside of here and her professionalism as when she supports people. So I'm able to make that distinction for sure.
Identity, this is what I have to say about Nikki. The fact that she makes agreements behind the scenes, Identity. Because when she said, if anybody want to have a conversation after she went on that monologue, we had an agreement behind the scenes to do it, and she broke her agreement. So that's why she ain't shit, and she deserves all the hell she's getting from Binary.
I'm not the only one shooting from the roof.
And so the reason why I agreed with Binary is because I told her, I said, well, if you going out here making generalizations and you don't let me respond, especially when the generalizations include actions that you were speaking on, then it's going to seem like you just want to be out here checking people without a response. And so when she does fuck shit like that, she doesn't deserve the respect a lot of people, are giving her right now. And because you have to, like, if she's doing fuck shit, she needs to be called out on it. And there are a lot of people that do not have the courage to call her out on her bullshit. And then that's where you have people who, when they call out people doing other things in the sector, but then when they do fuck shit and you call people who they respect or who they admire, that's where the hypocrisy comes in.
I guess that was it right there.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I was reading my notes to see where I am. I apologize. They're not really organized. They're just babbles. Where was I? Oh, yeah. If Honeybee retires, yeah, Binary should retire too. I stand by that. Honeybee is the last thread in the sector that keeps it all together. Her and Carla Martin, and people may disagree with me, but that's the way I feel. Her and Carla Martin are the true gatekeepers. And should be well respected everywhere. I think Honeybee gets that respect. I know Binary has an issue with Carla Martin right now. What I need to say to that is never take their disappointment as disrespect. You're just not aligned with the potential they see in you. And that's what I thought I heard with Honeybee talking to Binary. It sounded like, I expect more because I know you have more in you to do better. Like that's what I was getting out of that conversation. And I think that's what Binary got out of it. You can ask him.
But what I love about Honeybee is that Honeybee will call out so she got an issue with you. She'll call out everybody. She doesn't pick and choose.
Correct.
And I have a problem though that the fact that I've seen Honeybee like correct Max, and I'm not saying I wish people would cancel Max. Just call him out. Because that's not cool. Max do some things that's not cool either. And I had an issue with Carla running over to Max's panel, basically running from Binary or running from me, and then but not calling Max out on what he did. But I've never seen Honeybee do that. Honeybee said, all y'all wrong. But then Carla, she decides to go over there with Max and said, well, it's safer over here. It's, nobody is, doing fucked up shit over here. And I didn't think that was cool. And I would like to have a conversation, a respectful conversation. That's why I never threw any darts at her, because maybe she doesn't realize it. And the reason why I have respect for her, because sometimes, the generational gap, they, our way we communicate is different. So, her outlook might not,
Are we speaking Honeybee or Carla?
No, Carla Martin's outlook on the situation, and not having the ability to call out Max too. It's like, I don't understand it. And I had to, and I'm hurt by that. I'm hurt by that.
But the only thing I can say to that is, and I think this firsthand, there are things that happen in the background we don't know about, right? Because everything's not on YouTube, if you're close enough with somebody. So conversations are had that sometimes you're like, when the hell did that happen? I didn't know y'all were even talking. So I don't know. This is why I stood down on so many of these things, because there were pieces that were missing that I didn't have, that I can't just go out and just flail. Just, hey, look, this is what I'm thinking, and I have holes in what I'm standing on.
Robbie, are you apologizing to me? I appreciate that.
You got me with Robbie too?
Yo, Robbie.
Oh, shit. Oh, come on, Star.
Damn. Here's the thing, Robbie, I never said anything about it, because I always wanted an opportunity to talk to Robbie about it. So I appreciate that. If
look, this ain't the build a bridge here. I'm sorry.
I appreciate it. I appreciate his respect. I'm just gonna leave it at there. I'm gonna leave it there.
You throw more bombs than me. God darn! I thought I was just shooting, bow, 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 and then here you come. Making me look like a Boy Scout. Like, what the hell? Hey, defrauding. You have anything on Honeybee, man?
Well, you already know I like Honeybee. As far as Carla Martin goes, I don't really know much about her. All I knew about her was the fact that she's been rocking with Max since before she knew any of us in this sector, I thought. So when it comes to stuff like that, I kind of understand why her loyalties sway that particular way. Like some of my friends that I've met recently versus friends that I've known since I was in high school, which way do you think my loyalties will lay? And which way do you think I'll sway? And I mean, it's a no-brainer for me which way my loyalties will sway. Simply because of that relationship, that history, how much you've went through with that person and stuff like that. And then two, I'm not so quick to throw out mentors. So like when there's certain mentors and people that have been mentoring me, helping me, showing me the game, yeah, they might do some things, but there are also imperfect and impractical people. I've had plenty of people in my leadership that they raised me up, took me under their wing, taught me everything I knew, and they had problems with talking to people at certain points of time. Instead of blasting that particular sergeant in front of everybody and getting into a point where I'm starting to make breaks and chinks in the armor, because it's all about cohesion, right? To make sure that everybody could stay together and everybody could be a cohesive unit, what I did is we talk about it aside. We take it outside, we take it to another space, and we talk and hash it out in that particular space one-on-one. And that is normally how those things were handled. So to me, if I had a mentor, once again, that was saying something or doing something that was fucked up and pulling the fucked up move in public, I'm still going to take that person privately, one-on-one, and have a conversation with them and really get down to the bottom of it before I take it to public.
And that's exactly what I was trying to hint at. Sorry if I cut you off. I don't know if it was a delay or something, but that's exactly what I was hinting at earlier, that there, we don't forget we're all human. So I know I put Honeybee on a pedestal, but I don't expect her to be perfect, right? Like I wouldn't put that on anybody. I wouldn't, because I couldn't be perfect even if I tried. Like, why would I put that on somebody? Because I hold her to a higher esteem. I value her words because I know, just from what I've heard from her on these channels, multiple channels, she doesn't come off malicious. She's not, there's nothing to really gain if she's given, feedback or just like, so I hold that with high esteem. I've seen Carla Martin do it. And it's certain people that get on these panels, when they talk, everybody shuts the hell up. Everybody.
Right.
And it's like that right there is like, okay, you know what? You've earned, even if you, say some things or, not malicious, but you're human. I'm not going to say one discretion is going to be like, all right, wipe all of it off the table. Like, well, no, like that's because everybody's not perfect. And, we're going to disagree sometimes here and there. I haven't had that problem with Honeybee. Like I said, I know Carla Martin has her and Binary, or I still really don't know what exactly went down. But again, I'm not challenging it because it's not my experience to know. I don't know. I really don't know what live it happened on. And I came up asking, like, what the hell, Binary? Like, Carla, really? Like, it shocked me. So that's all I have to say about that. That's all.
Before we move on, Rodney, I'm sorry. He was like, what the hell, Stargate? You gonna say, what's up, bro? You ain't singing my name? I apologize, Rodney. Rodney.
All right. So
Identity.
Yo.
I'm going to drop down in the chat real quick. I got to take this stuff into my wife to make sure she gets it.
Do your thing. So Star, take a wild guess on who's on my list next.
Me?
Ding, 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 ding.
As Rodney said, order has been restored.
Ding, 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 ding. Your name has been everywhere out here, Star. Everywhere.
Yes.
God, you are the first person that actually ran defrauding off the damn board. I'm like, why, Star? Why?
I was shocked at how he treated me. And he didn't give me the courtesy that I gave him. Because I thought it was fucked up. And I was so shocked, and I respected him so much. I gave him the opportunity to explain himself.
Is there a chance he did not know that you wanted him to come up? Is there any chance of that?
I would have believed. I wouldn't have even made it an issue had I not seen him dissing me with to spot him. I would not have.
Was that immediately after?
And then Binary, because when Binary went on this fuck star rant until Honeybee got a hold of Binary, he was dissing me with Binary, he was dissing with me with Nova, and he was dissing me with Spotum. And Spotum, Binary, and Nova. Nova was egging him on, basically, instigating shit because Nova was on that bullshit too.
I didn't even know Nova was on that.
Yeah,
I thought he was just in the background.
So my whole thing was that's why I actually came here. Did I not come here calm? I was calm, and when he kept lying,
yeah, but you did have an agenda.
No. All I wanted to do is, I said, defrauding. Maybe you got blocked because that was your karma for unblocking people who I blocked on my panel. And I said it very calmly. I didn't come at him disrespectfully. But then he started saying stuff like, well, you are, a hypocrite, and you low level, and you this and that, instead of just saying, you know what, Star, I'm sorry, or come on. He just kept going instead of apologizing.
It sounds like you guys are disagreeing with the timelines and the events. It sounds to me that you guys don't agree.
I'm not gonna let him get away with the fact, like, he clicks on the Instagram link. He could have clicked on the link just as he clicked on the Instagram link.
But see, this is what I'm saying. His timeline doesn't seem like it matches yours. That's what I'm hearing from the background.
Identity. He got off of StreamYard.
Yo, Rodney's funny. You know what? I haven't highlighted. This is what I'm highlighting. Damn it. I'm highlighting this one. Star came in with the blicky. She came in with the blicky out saying, say sorry. Say you sorry. Say you sorry. For those who don't know, I'm not going to tell you what that is. You look that
Defrauding was disrespectful as fuck. Yes, he was.
Who said that?
Defrauding Charlatan.
I thought you was reading that. I'm like, who the hell said that?
Defrauding Charlatan just talking about. I tried to maintain my composure, but he on that bullshit. So like I said,
wait, how you expect somebody to apologize when you don't even give him a lane to?
He could have apologized before he clicked off, but he refused to. Now he back in the chat. No.
This is what I'm saying. You have to be open.
He's carrying on in the chat like I ain't here, like he ain't apologize and all that bullshit. But he's not man enough to come to me and apologize.
If you want somebody to apologize, you must first be open to receive it.
I came here open to receive apologies, but he just kept
Rodney
making
said
excuses.
You had the blicky.
He kept making excuses. Well, I couldn't click on the link because my apps and my apps this and my apps that, but I got on my app with the Instagram and went and go hunted Binary down to go get her to unblock me. So you see what I'm saying? That's that bullshit.
So let's move on and let me read Star in front of Star while Star is on the panel.
We're moving on.
Yeah, we're going to read Star as Star is on the panel. This is a first, people. This is a first. All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
I've been as honest as I can with everything I said. Now, trust me, people are going to get mad and think that I'm coming at them. I'm not. I'm the outsider looking in, and I'm just letting you know what I see. If you don't like it, you can come talk to me. I have no problem talking about it. Maybe there's a disagreement with how I said it, but this is how I see it.
Fuck you, defrauding charlatans. I don't want your fucking ass apology, your bitch ass. Gone. Leave me alone.
Seriously.
He's talking to me in the chat.
You gonna have me add more notes to this.
He's talking to me in the chat. How bitch ass is that?
An apology is earned. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, he's talking to me in the chat.
Apology is earned. I give that to no one else free. No one freely.
I don't listen. I don't deserve I don't deserve all your little bullshit right now.
I'm not saying he should or shouldn't apologize because again, I don't know if it was a troll. I don't know. He's saying it was a troll.
But he said, I was gonna apologize to Star, but fuck her. That's exactly what he said. And then he said, I wish, and then he went to Binary and said, I wish I would have purposely unblock spot him.
Here,
so does that sound like a dude, a reputable dude? Does that sound like a man with honor?
If you go back and you go to binary,
you know what? I feel sorry for your family, but you know what? The fraud insurance is fuck you. You still a bitch ass nigga.
Star, you're not listening. You tuned into
He's
the chat.
He's talking to me in the chat. Do you think that's fair?
I'm trying to talk to you. I'm trying to talk to you. I'm not saying it's not fair. I'm not saying whether it's fair or not. I'm saying I'm not even looking at the chat, Star. I'm not looking at it. I'm talking
to me in the chat, acting like he's a family man. He ain't no family man. He's a fucking fraud.
Star. Because if I say something and you're not listening, then there's no point in me saying it.
Yes, I
listen. If you go back to any of Binary's lives and I'm in the chat, if you just screenshot all the shit I say about Binary, you would think I hate his damn guts because I am trashing him. But we do that to each other. Now, again, I'm not saying it's not malicious. It's definitely not malicious. He does it to me as well.
Does he not respond though?
Because we have that mutual thing. We never talked about it, but there is a level of agreement that, like, look, don't take anything I say personal. I told you this. Anything I say on your live about you or anywhere, don't take it personal. I'm trolling the hell out of somebody when I'm doing that.
Listen, we had an 8-hour live trying to clear our issues out.
But this is what I'm saying. I told you personally, don't take anything I say personal because I'm going to trash you in a chat because I do it the Binary too. It's that level of just, it's more for the laugh than anything. But it's okay because I am coming from a place of not maliciousness, but just coming from a place of just trolling. You know that already. I think you don't know that about him. He trolls the shit out of people. Excuse my language if people are still, not.
But when I came up here this is not a troll. I asked him. I said, why when I dropped the link frauding, why when I dropped the link you did not make yourself available? Well, my apps wasn't working. I couldn't be on my apps, but I got on my Instagram app though. That's that bullshit. That's that bullshit.
But it is plausible though. No, I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying it's plausible.
Because if it was plausible, why would he say stuff like, well, why are you friends with Darrell and why are you friends with Ghost and why are you friends with TC? Why would he say stuff like that when he sided with Binary when he did that fuck shit to me?
I have no idea where this conversation.
So my thing is, so defrauding is a hip hit. Like he's out here supporting people's fuck shit. He picks and chooses whose fuck shit to talk about and whose fuck shit to support. That's that's dishonorable.
But understand, Star, when you see a comment from me, even if it's coming at you, you laugh at it, right?
Yeah, because you're not going around, but you're not going around telling people, fuck Star, you're not going around telling people.
Wait, I am going on other panels saying, Star's not worthy of being on this panel, something goofy like that.
Well, yeah, but that's you one thing. But he's around here telling people, yeah, well, well, fuck it, well, fuck her, and then he, do stuff like, well, I wish I would have unblocked spot him on purpose. That's that bullshit right there.
I don't know because this is the part of trolling that it took me a while to understand that you have to know that they are not malicious, and it's hard to pick that up in text. I'm not saying that's what he did. I don't know. I'm not saying he's standing up for him. I'm saying I've seen him troll. I've seen him go heavy sometimes.
When he called me a hypocrite. When he called me a hypocrite, I said, well, give me an example. He said, well, you talk to D. Darrell and Ghost and all these other Negroes, and all that bullshit. So my whole thing is, it's not trolling because what he did not want me to do is check him on this bullshit. Because if he was trolling, he would have been like, yo, Star, I was trolling. It's what he did. What was the first thing he do? Lie. What was the first thing he did? Lie, talking about he couldn't get on his app, one of his apps.
Yeah, I think you're in a mode right now that you're not receiving.
I'm sorry. What's your next question?
I'm ready to talk about you.
Okay, what we talking about? But you don't want to talk about me.
Look, you're on the list. I'm just going down the list. I'm trying to be as unbiased as I can. So because I know people were going to say, "Oh, you didn't say anything about Star. You didn't say." I think you guys already know how I feel, but I'll say it. I'll say it. So, Stargate. The darling of the sector.
Oh, don't.
Has been through it all with her dealings across many sectors. I appreciate her honesty. Extremely rare around these parts.
Why
to
you
be
get your bitch
honest.
ass in the chat room talking
Star,
shit?
you are killing me right
He's
now.
rehashing shit in the chat room
Star,
talking about why
get
I
out
thought we
of
wasn't
the
rehashing
chat.
it.
Get
But he
out of the
rehashing it in the
chat.
chat. What's your question, Identity?
I don't have a question. I'm talking.
I'm sorry. What's your point? What's your
Please,
point?
okay, here's a question. Please stay out of the chat, please.
All right, I'll stay at the chat.
Just stay out of the chat. It's all right. I'm not even looking at the chat. I'm actually
I will
reading
stay at the chat.
Yeah, we'll deal with the frauding punk ass later. Hold on. Now see, he could take that personal, but he knows what this is. So I know he won't take that personal. Stargate, Darling of the Sector. I think you probably would like to hear that again.
Yeah,
has been through it all with all her dealings across the sector. I appreciate her honesty. Extremely rare around these parts, but it's at a cost of ridicule. It's at a cost of ridicule. There are pains that may not have been healed, and YouTube could be a place for healing. A lot of people use YouTube for that, but she must surround herself with the right people. Unfortunately, the Umar Johnson sector is not that group. I suggest blowing that bridge up and finding a better virtual support system. Too many toxic souls around these parts.
Right.
So I again, I applaud you for your honesty.
Right.
But there are times where people are going to pick that to shreds because that it's like a feeding frenzy. Sometimes you open up too much and people that vulnerability, people attack. They attack, which makes people not want to open up in the first place. Hell, I got a mask on, and this is why, because people do goofy shit. So I like I said, I appreciate your honesty, but I think sometimes it can definitely be a detriment to if you're coming here for some level of support. As go earlier to the live, we talked about friends and what friends really mean, and YouTube is a weird place. It is a weird place. I know we all call each other friends. I think we're good because like I said, we have that rapport, and I told you directly, anything come out of my mouth, trust me, it's trolling. You'll know if I have a problem with you as far as a real beef. But again, that's not my thing. That's I'm as honest as I can be. Even on YouTube, I try not to be a character. It's hard to keep up with characters, and it's just easier to be me. So when you hear me, understand it's me. It's me. It's not.
It's not a troll. There's no characters I play on here.
I'm ribbing you. I'm actually just cracking jokes. I'm just I know you can read, but it's funnier that you don't, right?
And here's the thing. I know you're joshing with me when you do that. Like I know like I can read on some level, right? And then when we're playing, I know it's a joke, and there when people get at me, I know when it's not a joke though. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I know when it's real. When it's bashing instead of trolling.
The question is, do you know? Because I've seen binary trash you pretty heavy on panels, and we were good.
Here's the thing. I think I take pride in being able to stand up to his trashing, right? Because it's like this.
Well, you do it too. That's why we do it to each other.
Right. And here's the thing. I think, binary was honest in the beginning. I ain't shit. I'm gonna throw y'all up under it. But remember we had this conversation. He said, when I get a better opportunity, all y'all, I'm getting rid of all y'all. So it was like this is cool. We'll do this for right now, and whenever a better opportunity come along, that's great. But then I think he just did not want to. I think he got in his feelings when I was trying to call him out on something I thought was bullshit. But then I told him, I said, listen, if you don't want to talk about it, if you won't spot him to constantly, throw darts at me and I not say nothing that spot him, if that's what you want, I will do that. Because I told him that. So for him to go around saying I quit, even though like I said, he fired me, and then I said, well, he fired me first, and then I quit.
Job, Star.
Huh?
There is no job to get fired or quit from.
No, but here's the thing. He's going around telling people that I left Code Fam and I didn't. He got rid of me.
No, he didn't get rid of you, Star.
Okay.
He didn't get rid of you. You've been carrying this narrative for months. Like, I'm waiting for that pink slip. And I thought it was funny. And at one point I really did think she really thinks she's going to get fired today. Like that, I'm like, either she's trolling the shit out of me,
because I know how Binary likes to, to run his show, and sometimes I don't agree with it, and I'll say things and I don't want to disrupt his, the way he wants to do things. So I'll tell him, should I leave? And then he was like, no, it's all good. But then when he hung up the phone the other day,
we'll see you on Saturday, right? Tomorrow morning, right?
See me on Saturday. What?
You'll be on the show Saturday, right?
No, he's gonna have to apologize and ask me to come back because he hung the phone up.
How would you know if you don't listen? See, this is back to the whole defrauding thing. How would you know if you don't listen?
Well, listen. You send, if you want to give him the message, right? You give him
what am I going to say? Apologize?
I tell you, don't give him the message. I'm just letting you know. I guess this between me, you, and the people that are here.
Right.
I'm not going back to the show until he apologizes.
All right. I'm not here caping for him. He's his own grown ass man.
Right.
So you make your own decisions. But let me tell you, Star, you don't need. You got your own thing going. Like, I understand we've been under this Code Fam umbrella, this and that and the other, but understand when Binary went to go do what he had to do, we both started rocking and doing our own thing. So I think we're self-sustainable regardless. So don't take it personal. Like, do you. Just keep doing what you do.
Right,
regardless of whatever. I think what we have as far as the three of us and what we do and how we do it,
I think it's awesome.
Trust me, there's a lot of panels that would love to have this.
There's no way. But I'm not gonna
there's no way you're gonna tell me that Smoke wouldn't love something like this.
Absolutely.
I know he has what he has, and he talks about how much Binary stole his this, stole his that, whatever the case. The point is, there's something here, and like I said,
I agree.
A lot of people would have loved to have this sort of camaraderie. And,
absolutely, the chemistry is just off the chain.
Yes,
the way we bounce off each other is unlike anything in that sector.
But you can't. Like, I wouldn't just. I'm like I said, this is one of those things. I'm going to stand down because again, I don't have a beef with anybody.
I know.
I truly don't understand like that we got to this level, and then again. Hell, this is Binary. This shit could all be written down and y'all could be doing this. I ain't even gonna lie to you, Star. I don't know. Look, this is the type of stuff Binary does, though.
It was the morning. He was literally trying to manipulate people to say, Star, everything I did for you, Star. You're gonna do this to me, Star. And then he got on telling everybody, Star quit when he actually fired me first. Well, of course, I know what you're saying when you say nobody can fire each other, but we
can't even get rid of Al.
Well,
can't get fired on YouTube. We can't even get rid of him.
Listen to me. The fact that Binary ended the live and then he said, "Well, Star didn't call me back." Nigga, you hung the phone up in my fucking face. Why should I call you back?
I would disagree with the hang up part, though, Star, because you stopped talking.
He ended the live and said, "Star's not talking to me." I said, we either change the subject or we can end the live.
We're gonna agree to disagree.
Okay.
Is that a good? That's a good wrap up right there. We're gonna agree to disagree. We're just gonna hate each other in the clouds. All right. So wait, I got one more on my list. Like I said, this is an incomplete list. This was all the ones I came up with since this morning. I think I ran off like 7 people. And this is actually going to end on a good note.
Okay.
Mrs. VSN CO9. I put in here, you are a true gem. After being part of your YouTube channel, I'm even more confused of how you keep returning to the Umar Johnson sector. You put together soothing sounds to relax videos. Like that doesn't seem like it matches well with Umar Johnson sector and all the goofy stuff that goes on. But I appreciate what you do. We need more souls in the world like you, like that level. Although like some people may think it's like corny or whatever else, but it almost has that balance that you can have so much effery that there has to be like what is that movie? That M. Night Shyamalan movie when Mr. Glass, the first one.
Unbreakable.
Yeah, Unbreakable. When he was the whole movie, he's trying to figure out if there's a guy. Yeah, if there's a guy like him
he had the power,
that has fragile bones and breakable, there has to be the other side of that.
Yeah, my nemesis.
Yes, and I feel like that's where Mrs. VSN falls in. Like with all the stuff that's going around,
right?
You got somebody over here doing calming videos,
right?
And it's like that middle ground is like there's a huge gap. But when I'm over there on her chat, I'm just like, this is such a different world. You know, she's sharing links. I mean, she's like, put your link up, you know, and I'm trying to do that too. I meant to ask the frauding, you know, what he wanted to do with his link and Rodney and Varied. Actually, I got one of them. Either way. So yeah, Mrs. VSN, we need more souls in the world like you, especially if the purpose is to come together as a people. Keep doing what you do. I know it frustrates her sometimes when she gets on these lives. I think she left this live twice. She left like, I'm out.
There goes Star.
Well, she left earlier. She just was like, yeah, I'm out of here. Peace. Like, shit, lost.
Why would she leave earlier?
Because again, like I said,
because Al, but Al, said Al didn't come on today.
No, he didn't. This, like I said, this was more an open, hey, say what you got to say. We're not gonna do subliminals. I'm not saying shake and bake. I'm saying chalk and raw. I'm not hiding behind that.
Right.
I don't care if anybody goes to his channel and sub. That's your business. I'm just speaking directly to him.
Right.
And I don't want anybody to think. Remember that? Did you see that whole narrative with QT and Darrell saying, well, you said this and I didn't really mean it was you.
I was
Tiffany
on that
said,
panel.
Daddy.
It was
right.
my panel.
So it would have been all cleared up if everyone said names, like specific. And
exactly. Because some
that.
subliminals do not work for me. But then, you know, you have people like Bombay, like, Star, be more subliminal. I was like, okay.
Yeah, well, that's a
like, Star, this is not subliminal enough.
I was even using subliminals, but in my diss track. But you knew what I was talking about if you know the sector. But
right.
You know, but again, that's because you don't want anybody give anybody that shine. But hey, look, honestly. Their content is going to determine.
Like, I polish turds. Listen, I polish a turd.
Well, that's a clippable right there. That's a clippable.
Yes.
I polish turds. Jesus, that is not the words of identity. Jesus. Pause.
I give him that shine.
Yeah, so I have other people I wanted to mention. Trust me, if they're not on this list, that does not mean that I had nothing to say about what's going on. I don't know enough about.
You do what?
I don't know enough about the whole narrative with Carrie. I honestly, I really don't care.
Right.
You know, and that's no disrespect to have an opinion. Yeah, I don't have enough info, and yet again, I'm not digging.
Right.
You know, I'm not digging. The conscious energy thing, I think that's been rehashed so many times. Dude, give her money back. I don't care how many times she gets donations from other places.
Right.
You owe her $820. Period.
Right. You give it back.
Right. I don't care if you do a collection.
Didn't he say he bought some equipment? He bought some equipment or something.
He said the app ate it up or something.
The app. Lord Jesus. Because at first he said he bought some musical equipment. I said, well, take it back. Take it back.
Right. Like you don't have a receipt if you actually bought something with it. But yeah, that for that, yeah, conscious energy. Two things: give her money back, and what the hell was that damn song he did with the mask on? Did you see that?
Who?
Conscious energy did a.
He did like
a freestyle.
Yo, Drama, it was so mad at me talking about why you don't watch conscious energy stuff, why you don't watch Q Butter stuff, and I was like, yo, like I'm in so many places.
I don't trip on Q Butter. Like I'm good with Q Butter. It's like I'm talking about conscious energy's rap.
He was
freestyle.
Drama was so mad at me that I did not know. Like he said, you stopped watching conscious energy when he got to church. He said, "Stop! What's wrong with you?"
Yeah, I don't watch him.
He was mad. He said, "You need to do more research, Star."
I don't watch
Like,
them.
Drum, I ain't got time. I ain't got time,
My
Drum.
lineage came from. I was actually talking to you. Probably don't care about this, but I was actually talking to Max. He was ending his live, and he said, I think Corey was going live. So I went over there. Some conscious energy came up, and some photon conversation. Something came up, and I just said, you know what? I really don't listen to photon either. I made that statement.
Oh,
before.
see. That's
he did a whole video
I'm
on that.
Photon, trying to understand. I was trying to listen. You gotta decode. There's, like I said, the photon is like a whole mood.
Do your thing, YM. If you want to come up and talk about it, let's talk about it. But you can do your thing in the chat. Go ahead, Star.
So, like I was saying, photon, I definitely want to like I don't know which live it was that I was like, yo, this is actually a good photon live. And so if I'm not at Slander, I'm at Photon. If I'm not at Photon, I was on Binaries. And then when you do a show,
can't do.
Like I said, Photon is a whole mood. Like you have to be in a zone. Like
I would have to be really high, and I don't get high.
Exactly,
so
but here's the thing:
I'm out of the game then.
So what I started doing, Identity, you have to watch. You can't do him live because you have to.
You got to take him.
You got to take him in bits and pieces. So what I do is I would listen to him afterward because he's a funny dude. He's so funny, but you gotta go through a lot of whatever the Matrix. There's a lot of glitches you have to like unglitch before you get to the good parts. Photon is hilarious.
Like I said, he did a whole video on that whole conscious energy, and he chopped it up. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, it was funny.
Yeah,
it was funny, which is where I saw that video with conscious energy doing. He was doing a freestyle in a Jason mask.
Right.
And it was, yeah. I wouldn't even say go talk to Darrell, but it was pretty crazy. I just thought that was funny, but again, once Photon does his thing, I don't get it. I'm just so lost in there. I'm just scratching my head like I'm not high enough.
Right.
And I don't get high. So I'm already at a disadvantage.
Right. Right.
But, I try to give people a shot, if it's not my thing, it's not my thing. I had a couple people over here from Mrs. VSN side of things. I know they subbed to me, and I warned them, like, look, there's going to be some stuff in here. You have no idea what I'm talking about, but welcome. So the first 2 hours, definitely go back and listen to that. That was an amazing build with I had Rodney and I had very
Rodney was on here.
Yo, I had him up here talking. They were talking. Once we went sector, Rodney ran though. I ain't gonna lie. Rodney was like, he's like, I ain't got time for this.
He rarely gets on. The fact that you had Rodney on, man, Rodney.
Hey, we were building. It was a really good thing. I
can't believe Rodney was here.
It was a really good thing. Don't take it personal.
Next thing you're gonna tell me, hold on, let me guess. You said you had like a couple of people on.
Yeah. Oh, did I hit 200? I finally hit 200. Nice. I appreciate that, y'all. I really appreciate that.
Keeping the gang comes on my panel sometimes.
Yeah. I'm officially over 200. I appreciate anybody still rocking with me. I'm going to try to get back to these lives. It's been over a month since I even went live, but go back. Definitely go back to the beginning of this one. This one actually was a really deep conversation with Jordan Peterson talk. I don't know if you know who that is.
Who is who?
Jordan Peterson.
Who is Jordan Peterson?
Yeah, trust me. Go back. You'll learn a lot.
He was on here too?
No, I wish.
Okay.
Yeah, that guy is like internet sensation right now.
Right.
But no, he's more of like a clinical psychologist, and he talks a lot about life, improving life and steps. So he put out a book called 12 Rules for Life, and I thought they were phenomenal. So I went through each one of them, and we had Rodney and Varied up here and Defrauding. We had a comment about every single one of them.
Oh, 6 Feet was here. Okay.
Oh man,
what y'all talk about?
Star. It's called replay value.
Okay.
I'm not gonna rehash the show now.
I'm
What
sorry.
the
I'll
hell?
do it on my own time. I'll do it on my own time.
No, it was a good build, and it was definitely just to kind of point some things, put things in perspective. And the main question is, I guess this will be part of our final. I never did a final thought. Oh well. The idea that this sector being called the Umar Johnson sector, yet it has nothing to do with Umar now. It has absolutely nothing to do with Umar. Everything is like these sub-level beefs and these like it evolved into something, but we still call it the Umar Johnson sector. So my question to the sector, what are we doing? Are we supporting Umar or are we not? Because if we're not, then let's say that. If we are, then let's say that. But we're not even saying his name anymore unless we call it the Umar Johnson sector.
Right.
I'm just questioning what is our purpose now? What are we doing? Are like what are we just waiting for the next person to have a beef? Like is that the game here?
No, I actually like having fun. Yo, remember when we was just on a smoke pan? We just had fun. We just talk about shit. You know, we were just kicking it, shooting the shit. You know, nobody was roasting. We were just 26 hours of just come on.
Yeah, but don't forget though, in the background there were people throwing darts at that.
Oh, that's true.
People were throwing darts at that. People were
That's
like,
true.
that's when they, the dusty this and, everybody's dirty because they don't take baths and, they're on 26 hours. Like,
like we just sat here for 26.
Yeah,
everybody sat here 26 hours straight.
But they didn't understand the concept that there were enough
that
people
everybody took
to
shifts.
support it.
We worked in shifts. Oh my God.
Yeah. So again, that's okay. They were ignorant to it. Fine. That's fine. But they were on the outside throwing darts.
Right.
So even though we were in a mode, the group outside of that, anybody outside of that didn't understand it. We talked about a lot of shit back then. Woo.
Right.
We talked about a lot of things back then on just personal stuff. Like it was, we did a lot of stuff, traveling, who traveled, where you from, and it was a ton of stuff. But from the outside, yeah, people didn't see it.
Keeping the gang has an interesting point. You say it's become the beef sector because ASS don't even make videos about Umar anymore.
Right. That's what my point, Keep It Gang. What are we doing if we're saying the Umar sector? This has nothing to do with Umar anymore. So what are we doing if we're moving in a different direction? Now I'm saying we because this is kind of where I came up in, and yeah, I could have abandoned, I could have left out, but again, I'm this is like part of my, it's like when you get older and you see things a little different when you get older. You're like, when people say, I'll never leave the hood. I'll never leave the hood. Well, that doesn't mean you keep your family in danger, though.
Right.
So, I'm not saying I'm abandoning and I'm out of here because it's not what I want.
Keep in touch. I don't break the chain.
I'm still just trying to make sense of it all, and it just doesn't make sense anymore.
Right.
So
there's nothing wrong with wanting to stay in a drama, because listen, come on, let's be honest, in the hood there's a lot of drama. The hood has issues, so it's okay to live in a neighborhood where you don't have to, worry about drama and issues. So yeah, it's okay, but also you cannot, when you're capable of leaving the hood, it's not cool to look down on it either. You see what I'm saying?
That's what I want to make sure is clear.
Right.
Like that,
right.
To me, it's like I'm not leaving because I feel I'm better than this and I'm out of here.
Exactly.
Like, but a part of me is in this.
Don't forget what you come from. Keep your connections. Because there's still some cool ass people in the hood that you can lift up, but then there's some people that if you try to help, you just kind of spin in a circle. Because some people just have hood mentalities. They don't want to better themselves.
Right.
So
I don't have. I like I said, I knew something was different when I came in, as far as trying to find like that thread that like I don't understand, like what are we doing here? And I was trying to make sense of it in the beginning anyway. And just coming through the ranks of just being a guy chatting in a Lenin chat, and then actually I was on Max's thing before Lenin, but I just seeing how things move, and it's just you have a way. I have a way of feeling about it, and I bite my tongue on some things, and there are times where I need to say something, and today was the day.
Right.
You know what I mean? So anybody that heard what I said, I mean, Shakim, you can come talk to me about it. You don't. I'm telling you now. You don't have to take it personal. Take it as constructive criticism. I'm saying what I'm seeing. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm saying what I'm seeing, not because I hate you or I hate. It's not about hate. It's I disagree with a lot of things that you do, have done, probably will do. Same thing with Darrell. Come talk to me. You know, I'm not gonna do a whole live on how you're not black. Like that's not what I'm gonna do. But I am gonna comment on what I'm seeing.
Right.
Because I think I have a fair enough assessment of what I'm seeing, and I have something to say about it.
Right.
And I don't have fear of somebody attacking me. I've been attacked. Even when I stood down, I got attacked. So,
right.
What the hell?
Why you ain't saying that?
What the hell?
Why you let them put smoke on the ground?
See, you weren't here when I said that thing about with the grown man thing, did you? Were you?
You said something happened about grown man and smoke, and we got into it a little bit.
No, that was when you went off the rails, Star.
Oh, okay. I said we got into. I said we got into it a little bit.
I said that I had no problem with grown man saying what he said about Darrell. I wanted people to pay attention.
Oh,
that
see,
Smoke said absolutely nothing.
I have a problem.
When that was happening, Smoke sat back and did exactly what I did on Binary's panel. Said nothing.
So he picks and chooses. So my thing is,
I was speaking to his reprobates. I was speaking to them, saying, "Understand, this is why you hate me. This is exactly why you hate me, because you felt like I should have said something or should have did something. Well, guess what? Your Thanos does the same thing. That's all. That was my point. My point.
Yeah, so my thing is that the reason why I have a problem with grown man having anything to say about Darrell, grown man and TC was out here. Somebody could have died. And then he bragged about how he put bodies in. I didn't put bodies in the ground. Like, why brag about it? Like, why is that an accomplishment? And then the fact that because of my issues with his wife, he came at me. Say that again.
Do you think he's really proud of that?
He said it. I put bodies in the ground. Like it's an accomplishment. Why would he brag about that? Why would he create a situation? Hold on. And why would his wife say, "Yo, Ghost, meet us here," and then she got involved in it? And so she has, and this dude has a criminal past, and because of her a beef with somebody on YouTube, you're gonna put his freedom at risk. So like now one of them can judge anybody. They don't have the right to come for nobody. They're reprobates themselves.
Well, I mean, I was speaking more of just that live. That was the only one I've watched in a while.
But
I don't know exactly what's being said by Roman. I don't know because I don't.
Well, I'm telling you from experience. I've heard him say these things.
Williams asking, do I have more on my list? I don't. I just exhausted my current list. I do. I have other things I'm working on because there's other parties that I want to speak on. And again, this is to build. In my opinion, it's to build. It's to point out. Please understand what I'm seeing, and I know I'm not the only one seeing it. So don't get mad at me. Fix your shit. That's all I'm saying. Anybody that was on that list, and if you really have a problem with it, you can come talk to me. I mean, I'll be civil with it. I'm not here to start trouble. I'm just saying how I feel. And if it resonates with you, then maybe it's something that you could address on your side of it. Like you can attack me, but what is that going to do? You know what I mean? I had some few choice words with like how Al moves, but it is what it is. I don't think he gives a shit.
I do too. Yeah,
he doesn't give a shit.
He doesn't care, but like I've definitely called him out on it, and I've timed him out on my panel too. And I actually told Al, I said, We actually never got into, because you know what? Here's the conversation that I was trying to have with Al before Spottum so rudely interrupted. I was like, well, Al, are you willing to make like amends with Muslim? But then Muslim is like, is he like, he's mostly gone, but sometimes he comes back every now and then.
Right.
So I don't even know if it means anything to Muslim, but I definitely.
Yeah, I was trying to get one for Muslim on this list, but I ran out of time. I actually was working on one. Just what I see from the outside looking in. Right. But I haven't been seeing Muslim a lot. Like I haven't been seeing him in, I guess, in the lives that I'm on or the chats that I'm in. Not a lot, but I know he frequents like certain people that I just don't listen to regularly. So,
right.
You know. And I know they're gonna come after me on the Darrell side for it.
Right.
But again, dude, I'm just telling you how I see it. You can disagree with me. That's fine. Attacking me is not gonna do anything. It's not gonna do anything. I don't give a damn. Talk about me, white guy, whatever. That it's funny to me now. But again, I think I would be doing this sector a disservice if I didn't speak on it.
Right.
One of the rules in the list that we were talking about, rules for life, was what friends do. Now, I'm not claiming everybody's my friend, but if your friend can't call you out on your bullshit, they're not necessarily your friend.
Right.
So I feel like I know people well enough to call them out on their bullshit. You know, and I'm sick of that excuse of it's YouTube, get over it. No. Don't tell me it's just YouTube. People conduct business over here. Just because you feel like it's a dumping ground for you does not mean it's for everybody. I think that's unfair to say, because is it because it's a black sector, or is it because it's a black YouTube sector, or is it just you don't give a shit about?
Sometimes it transcends race, though. Even though it's just like it'll be 100% black. Like, you know, nobody outside the race is there that day. But there are moments where it doesn't. It's just a, you know, we just doing our thing. It's not a black sector.
What's up, Muslim?
Muslim, yo. So listen, now that you're here, Muslim, are you interested in an apology from? Because I did have him on my panel, and I was like, you know what? I need to make sure that Muslim, because I remember me and your agreement. I did agree that until he apologized to you, he couldn't come on my panel. So do you still want an apology? Because I will still do that, Muslim. So while I wait for you to type that into the chat.
Yeah, I guess people are poking their eyes in. See what's going on in there out.
Oh, he fine. I guess he's over it. Okay, cool. So, but I definitely will, talk to him about it, about, how you talk to people in the sector. Because I'm still down for that, to make sure, he doesn't, get smug at people and stuff like that. So
right. Oh, yeah. It looks like, so I'm looking at looking at my channel. I'm noticing
it's mostly Rodney. So this is a sector that it just happens to be mostly black people in it, but it's not a black sector. That's my opinion too. It's not a black sector. It's just mostly black people. There are people of other races that come over here and hang out, and sometimes they get on the panels. Sometimes they have things, sometimes they even say, they involve themselves in the fuckery every now and then. But I feel the same way, Rodney.
Cool. I guess QT's back. Hey, girl. Yeah. By the way, thank you, Mrs. VSN, for sharing my video. Thank you, Hilda DC. Wow, she shared my video. I appreciate you. I wish I had the same skills on YouTube. I don't have enough subs, I think, to do that. I can't share. I don't think I can share it, right? You have to have like 500.
I didn't even know you could share.
Right. I'm not there. That's what I'm saying.
I heard about this. I don't know how to do it. I don't know what the rules are. Because I've seen Max do it to mine, and I just thought it was something he could do.
Let me see your transcript. She shared it as well. Thank you. That's probably why I hit 200. I'm happy I hit 200. Appreciate it.
Fuck Max. Me and Max.
Jesus. 500. QT says 500. That's what I thought. 500. So, yeah, when I get to that point, of course, I'll be sharing other videos as well. But I appreciate people just rocking out with me.
Rodney said, I think if y'all gave the raw meat guy a chance, it would have worked out. Hello, Keith. I don't know who Keith. Do you know who Keith is?
Keith. Let me see.
Keith Weston or Weston?
Yes. He's from Information Man side.
Okay.
Peace, bro. Thanks for coming through. Please hit the rewind on this one. I think you and Information Man will definitely get something out of it. We are in the F report.
Keep sounding so professional.
we hit that like button exactly. We are in the effery part of this show, so you probably won't learn much out of here but effery. So Star and I are just up here goofing off. I didn't make a playlist. I'm sorry, I'm not even highlighting any of these. I'm just like reading. It's been so long since I've done this, so I'm all thrown off. Like some of these things I keep forgetting to do. You know what I mean? Make a playlist with her on it. I'm not sure what that means. I don't know. But yeah. So at 500 star, I did mention that I will be identity revealed at 500. And then I think was it Rodney who said you're not going to do anything but take off a mask and have another mask underneath it. I'm like, that's a good idea though. That is a great idea.
That's so awesome.
You know what? When he said it, I was like, damn, I wish he didn't say it out loud.
Keith, there are some moments that you should not be around your professional counterparts or your family members. I would definitely say there are moments you're going to have to definitely be incognito. He said, salute. I would definitely rewatch the session again.
No, the beginning's fine. When Star gets on the panel, yeah, when you see Star come up, turn it on.
Rewind about an hour. Fast forward about an hour.
She done messed up one of my co-hosts. He ain't even here anymore. She ran him off the panel, man. We don't call her Stargate anymore. We call her what?
We call her Jimmy Gates.
Jimmy Gates.
Thuggate.
Yeah. But definitely hit the rewind. It's a lot in there. It's a lot. I wanted to really come hard with the just the information and things like that. What's going on? Something's giggly. What's going on? Why am I not here? Oh, there you go. Defrauding. Identity withheld. If you make a playlist with Hilda on, it's almost similar to featuring her. You both get credit for that in the algorithm. Didn't know that. I did not know that. Make a playlist with her on that. So, okay. I mean, that won't take much, right? Rodney, you don't have to worry. Stargate said she'll cut ties with all your YouTube friends for you.
Yeah, Keith. So if you cool with identity, don't just fast forward when I first come on.
Actually, just turn it live off when you see that symbol pop up. And in fact, if you see her anywhere on YouTube, follow the same instruction. Just shut it down.
Just shut it down.
Some F stuff when she shows up.
I got her this time. I got her. Oh my God.
Oh wait, what's happened?
That when they put those little things in that's like a setup website. They set you.
All right. Well, I'm going to shut this down anyway. So, Star, you speak your speech, girl.
Well, listen, everybody. I appreciate everybody, who accepts the star for her.
We don't accept your star. Go ahead.
Everybody else, listen, I understand. You got to do what you got to do. But,
Clark, I'm going to Max where it's safe, too. I ain't got time for this goofy stuff going on over here. I can't even host my own show. Damn, come here and take over. We were doing great too. And then you just kicked the chair from under defrauding and like you derailed the whole thing.
Listen, you should have did the sector alert when I came on.
I did it twice.
You did?
I hit it 5 minutes starting the show because I knew I wasn't going to hide any names.
Oh, that's hilarious.
And I got to hit it again because you here.
You hit it when I came.
Warning, you are entering a restricted area. Return to where you came from or be destroyed. Message ends.
Does that make you happy, Star? It's a little late, but I get it.
I didn't know it was going to go that way. I came here in peace, though. I came here in peace.
No, you like Rodney said, you came with the blicker out.
No, I came here in peace. Even though I knew all that bullshit went down, I came here in peace, and I was willing to, talk it out. So
I gotta change the title of this damn show. I don't even know. Either that, or I can delete Star off of it. I can
just delete me.
Yeah, I could just delete
it. Edit it,
it's going to edit and have like a really big skip. You see Star pop up and it's like, okay, thank you all for joining. Have a good night.
All right, I will let you. Thank you so much, for having me on.
Oh yeah, Keith, that warning is definitely suitable.
Yo, that means some shit about to go down, bro.
Yeah, that's the warning that anybody that doesn't want to be a part of this, you might want to walk away.
You might want to leave this part.
Trust me, I have humble YouTube beginnings, man, and I'm trying to grow up out of it, but it's like coming from the hood, man. It's like sometimes you just gotta go back for a little bit, just a little bit.
Oh my God!
Just a little bit. Here's a true story. True story, Star. True story.
True story.
I told my wife. I said, I want you want to do Chinese tonight. Let's do Chinese tonight. Okay. I said I don't like the bougie spots though, because they don't have the fake imitation crab meat sticks.
Yeah, the
with
stuff
the red
right.
skin, right? Like
right.
That. Look, trust me. When you grow up on that type stuff, it's like sometimes you just want to go back to it, even though it's like shitty food. I literally was on Google trying to find a hood spot,
right?
For some fake crab stick.
Wait, did Honeybee, you want to come over to my channel and talk, Honeybee, or you good for the night? Are you done for the night?
Man, I don't know, Star.
Don't
corrupt her.
Listen, I'm just gonna, open it up for Honeybee if you're interested, Honeybee. Let me know if you're not interested.
Oh, wait, Keith is all about the effery too.
Ah!
Okay. I see you, Keith.
Let's go, Keith.
I see.
Not Keith.
I see.
Keith.
Yeah, with an F. Yeah, Keith.
Keith.
Keith Dub. I see. He like, well, then look, let it play then. Let the kids listen. Yeah. This is a family show.
Until Star gets here.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I was dropping N-bombs and all kinds of stuff earlier. So
yeah.
Whatever the moment calls for. You know what I mean?
Right.
It is what it is.
Right.
But yeah. I'm gonna start this session over. Everybody have a great weekend. Yeah, I'll holler at you. Check it out, man. Like I said, it should be something in there. Something in there for you, and if you want the effery, let it roll.
Right.
You might not know the players that I'm talking about, but if you ever gander at their channels, because I did use actual names,
right?
Yeah, check them out, and you'll see what I'm saying. You'll see.
Yeah. Awesome.
He called me silly. Should I take that personal, Star? I know you would take that personal.
Well, see, I don't feel like it's personal. Like somebody
it's not. I don't take it personal.
Listen, other things other people were doing in other people's chats, it was personal because that shit was meant to be destructive and disrespectful. I don't feel disrespected by Keith.
Nah. But see, this again, I'm gonna end it on this, Star. Make sure you understand whether or not if you feel like defrauding was definitely just trying to be coming at you personally, that's different.
He had the ability to go get binary.
Right, Star, you're doing the owl thing again. You're doing the owl thing.
Okay.
You're not listening at all. Jesus, woman.
Okay.
What the hell? I can't even get through to you. What the hell, man?
At least you're able to stop me, know, when I'm doing better.
See, but you stop because I'm making you laugh, but that's still, you know what I mean? Like I'm trying to be serious and you laughing at me, but that's okay. That's all right. Just laughing at me.
I don't know. I guess we got past that.
Would you feel better if I said defrauding's an a-hole? Would you feel better if I said that?
He is an a-hole, though.
You didn't even answer my question. Damn, Star.
I do only if you feel that it's true. If you don't believe it, don't say it.
I say a lot of things I don't believe because I'm true.
Well, just say it for me then. Just say it for me.
What? The defrauding's an a-hole?
Yeah. Just go ahead and say it.
Okay, defrauding's an a-hole.
Well, it doesn't feel the same because I don't believe
know, right?
you.
See, because it's not real.
It's not real.
But it's not a trolling moment either.
Just keep it. Just cut this part out. I don't believe you.
I'll see you on the next show. Defrauding, don't worry about it. We still cool.
Now, Star, on the other hand, don't come back.
Don't give a damn what Star talking about. We still cool, man. Hey, I there's a-holes in my circle. So look, sometimes you just gotta accept them. I got you, bro.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
Anyway, well, I do declare I appreciate you for having me on, fam.
Mm-hmm.
or we just rolling the same circles with it.
Yeah. Well, I expect to at least to see you pop up tomorrow. Not necessarily up, but even if you do something disrespectful and just say, "Hey, identity," that would be funny to me.
And then just leave.
That would be hilarious to me, and that would probably piss Binary.
But then he's not gonna let me on. He's not gonna let me.
No, you can say it in the chat. Say,
okay.
Like, "Hi, identity only."
Okay. Okay, I do it.
See, now that's cold, but it's funny. Like, you know what I mean? He might not even hear this part, so. But that would be funny. But y'all be good, man. Y'all
all right. Thank you. All right, y'all have a good night.
And then there was one. All right, people. I'm gonna shut this down. I am tired, not only because of Star, because she does have a way of draining the energy out of the room. Damn it, Star. I'm starting to explain you to people more than I do binary now, which I don't know. Is that a good thing? Probably not. But anyway, hopefully you all got something out of the discussion today. I probably should retitle this Jordan Peterson's 12 Rules for Life because I want that to be the focus of this talk. Hopefully we went deep enough to kind of ruffle some feathers on your thoughts. It definitely was a moment reading this stuff that they were eye openers for me. And thank you, Rodney. Thank you, Defrauding. Thank you, Star. Very perspective. Of course, I appreciate the fact that I had Rodney and Varied up here. I mean, I'm thrilled that I can bring them out of the woodworks, man. They came up and contributed, which is great. Again, they're one of those anomalies. You know, you catch them. Yeah, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. But I appreciate you guys coming up. Defrauding, we good. To hell with Star. I don't care about Star. Star's fired. I don't care. She cuss me out. She's probably laughing and cussing me out right now. F you, identity crisis. I don't think that's funny, but she thinks it's funny, so let's just laugh together. But thank you all for joining me. Please hit the like, subscribe, share the video. Again, thank you to Hilda DC sharing it. Let me see your transcript, sharing it. I forgot someone else had shared it. I think I thanked them earlier, but thanks for coming in. Muslim, I expected you to come up, but you didn't, man. But that's okay. I'll see you on the next live. You guys have a good night, and I will see you soon. And you know what I didn't do? I did not do. Damn it. I'm not going to do it now. I had a couple tracks that I'm not going to do it now. So I'll just close off with my usual. Everybody have a good night. I'll catch you on the rebound. Peace.
the Negro still is not free.
We are oppressed. We are exploited. We are downtrodden. We are denied not only civil rights, but even human rights.
Manifest how great you are. Dream about your greatness.
Come hell or high water, I'm going after my
greatness, greatness. Greatness, 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 greatness. How can I fake this humbly gracious to have this greatness, greatness? Every time I wake, this greatness takes this black man higher places. Melanated magic strapped to my back with the fact I deserve higher praises. Based on my race. Last place is the only status. Place in the basement with no way out. What's the basis? Look around, all I see are familiar faces with that greatness gazes. Make me wonder what this baseless, tasteless trace of races. Pointless to think you can keep me down and back in cages. Shackle minds like cat teeth with the rubber band embraces. Breaking chains every day that oppress my people for ages. Faceless acts of rages because of what my race is. I'm gonna say this price is way too high. Who's gonna pay this? Conversations of reparations ain't even enough to erase this. Can't get enough of us. We're on your favorite playlist, but you play us out. Just comply and fucking take this. I now see my greatness and I know you really hate this. You can't debate this. I define what my inner grace is. If it's a true test from God, then I'm gonna ace this. Is this God within me? I'm not gonna waste this. Every day the media portray cop car chases of people with the same faces, which is nothing but misguided greatness. Driving aimless and hungry, not knowing death is what that taste is. Gripping tight on the wheel. Jesus, take this. Gripping hard on that steel, death or jail is what my fate is. Survival by any means is the meal. Don't forsake this. There should be more for us. Life can play tricks. Where's our Morpheus? We're stuck in a matrix. Reflections of our Savior has been blurred by all this fake shit. Looking to the sky for hope is done or quite pervasive. Killing those who find the knowledge quite persuasive. Once I'm labeled as abrasive, soon to follow evasive. Savage is what we're told the angry black man is laced with. Change the context, change the narrative with what we're graced with. Pop that chain of mental restraint and fly like we are weightless. Mother Nature has the key. Please open the gate, man. I'm here to claim my throne. Don't step on my cake, man. Black Panther to the bone. No need to rate this. Greatness, greatness. Greatness, 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 greatness. Make sure you get to take this and loop back for all the late kids. All the boys and girls who don't think that their lives are precious. All the people who feel circumstances are a death wish. All the talent within that we are blessed with should be acknowledged, not demolished by the oppressor. That's our true resume. Extremely impressive. I got nothing left to say, but you can send it for that greatness. Greatness, 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 greatness. We have a long road ahead to overcome this blatant hate.